Welcome to tonight's cozy retreat, where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. As the gentle glow of the fireplace flickers in the background, I invite you to nestle in and let the soothing narration guide you. Allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds and prepare to be wrapped in the comforting stories that await. Story 1. In a cozy cottage nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with the gentle sounds of bird song and the whispers of the wind through the towering trees. The scent of pine and earth was ever present, a comforting embrace that enveloped her as she went about her daily chores. Little did she know, her ordinary life was about to take an extraordinary turn. Willow was a spirited girl with a curious mind and a heart that beat in rhythm with the forest around her. Her long auburn hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright green eyes mirrored the lush canopy under which she lived. She spent her time exploring the forest, her feet finding familiar paths through the underbrush, her hands brushing against the textures of bark and leaf. She had always felt a connection to the forest, but she never imagined how deep that bond would become. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the leafy canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor, Willow wandered through the sun-dappled woodland. The air was crisp with the scent of dew-laden leaves, and the chorus of chirping crickets filled the air. She stumbled upon a peculiar object nestled among the ferns and mosses. It was a small, intricately carved box, its surface etched with patterns that seemed to shimmer like liquid gold in the soft light. Curiosity piqued, Willow lifted the lid and a warm golden glow spilled forth, enveloping her in its radiant embrace. Suddenly a melodic voice echoed in her mind. "Willow, you have been chosen as the guardian of a great power. Within this box lies the ability to shape the very essence of nature itself. Use it wisely, for with great gifts come great responsibilities." Filled with a sense of wonder and trepidation, Willow cradled the box in her hands, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her life had changed forever, and a journey unlike any other lay ahead. As the days passed, Willow discovered that the box granted her the ability to communicate with the plants and creatures of the forest. She could coax the flowers to bloom in vibrant hues, heal the wounded trees, and even summon the gentle rain to nourish the thirsty earth. The rustle of leaves became a language she could understand, and the hum of the forest a melody she could join. With each use of her newfound power, she felt more connected to the natural world around her, its rhythms and secrets unfolding before her eyes. One day, while tending to a patch of withered wildflowers, Willow encountered a young deer trapped in a tangle of thorns. Its eyes, deep pools of fear, met hers as she approached. Willow whispered soothing words, her voice laced with the gentle melodies of the forest, and the deer calmed. With a touch of her hand, the thorns retreated, freeing the deer from its prickly prison. In that moment, a bond was forged between girl and creature, a bond that would shape the course of Willow's journey. As the seasons changed, Willow's understanding of her gift deepened. She learned that the forest harbored a hidden world, a realm where the spirits of nature dwelled, their ethereal forms flitting among the ancient boughs. These beings, guardians of the woodland, watched over Willow, guiding her steps and sharing their wisdom. They whispered tales of the forest's ancient history, of times when harmony reigned, and of the shadows that now threatened its peace. One afternoon, Willow ventured to a secluded glen she had stumbled upon in her wanderings. The glen was a place of serene beauty, where a crystalline stream gurgled over smooth stones, and wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze. Here, she often found solace and a sense of clarity. As she sat by the stream, dipping her fingers into the cool water, she pondered the new responsibility that weighed heavily on her young shoulders. The forest had always been her sanctuary, and now it was her charge to protect. It was during one of these reflective moments by the stream that Willow's thoughts drifted to her family. Her mother, a wise woman with a gentle smile, had instilled in her a love for nature and its many wonders. Although her mother had passed away years ago, her teachings lived on in Willow's heart. Her father's absence, a shadow ever present, had driven Willow to seek solace in the forest, where she felt closest to those she had lost. One night, As Willow sat beneath the silvery glow of the full moon, the cool night air filled with the scent of blooming night jasmine, a wisp of light appeared before her. It coalesced into the form of a radiant spirit, its features both ethereal and familiar. "Willow," the spirit spoke, its voice resonating like the trickle of a mountain stream. "A great darkness threatens to consume our realm, a force that seeks to corrupt and destroy all that we hold dear. You, as the chosen guardian, must undertake a quest to unravel the mystery and restore balance to the natural world." Willow's heart quivered with a mixture of fear and determination. She knew that this was her destiny, a path she had been chosen to walk. With the faithful deer by her side and the magical box as her guide, she set forth on a journey that would test her courage and resolve. Their quest led them through enchanted glades and ancient groves, where the trees whispered secrets of ages past. The air was thick with magic, buzzing with the energy of unseen creatures. Willow encountered wondrous creatures, some friendly, others fearsome, each playing a role in the unfolding mystery. She learned to harness the power of the box, shaping the very essence of nature to aid her in her quest. Along the way, Willow forged unexpected friendships that defied the boundaries of species and realm. A wise old owl became her mentor, imparting its knowledge of the forest's hidden paths and forgotten lore. A mischievous sprite, its laughter like the tinkling of bells, joined their band, its playful antics bringing moments of levity amidst the challenges they faced. Throughout their journey, Willow grappled with her own insecurities. Could she truly be the guardian the forest needed? The weight of expectation sometimes felt like a heavy cloak around her shoulders. Yet with each challenge she overcame, she felt a growing strength within her, a realization that her power was as much about trust and love as it was about magic. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Willow uncovered clues that pointed to a dark force lurking in the shadows, a malevolent entity bent on corrupting the natural order. This force, fueled by greed and indifference, sought to drain the life essence from the land, leaving it barren and lifeless. An evening came when Willow's journey led her to an ancient library hidden within the roots of a colossal oak. The library was a labyrinth of knowledge, its shelves carved into the very wood of the tree, and its books whispered with the voices of those who had written them. It was here that Willow found a tome that spoke of a prophecy, a tale of a young guardian who would rise to defend the forest. The words resonated within her, reaffirming her purpose and steeling her resolve. One evening, as twilight descended and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and gold, Willow and her companions stumbled upon a hidden grove. The air was heavy with an unnatural stillness, the usual chorus of the forest eerily silent. Here she discovered an ancient stone altar, overgrown with resilient ivy, and etched with runes that pulsed with a faint glow. It was a place of power, a nexus where the energies of the forest converged. Willow realized that this was where the final confrontation would take place. In a climactic confrontation, Willow and her companions found themselves face to face with the embodiment of this darkness, a twisted, thorny creature that oozed malice. Its eyes glowed with a cold, malevolent light, and its voice was a hissing whisper that promised ruin. With the power of the magical box and the unwavering support of her friends, Willow unleashed a torrent of nature's fury, her voice echoing with the whispers of 1,000 trees, the roar of raging rivers, and the rumble of thunder. In a blinding flash of light, the darkness was banished, its hold over the forest shattered. As the dust settled, the grove was filled with the harmonious sounds of life returning, the air alive with the scent of fresh rain and blooming flowers. Willow stood victorious, her eyes shining with the radiance of newfound wisdom and strength. With the quest complete, Willow returned to her humble cottage, but she was no longer the same girl who had stumbled upon the magical box. She had grown into a powerful guardian, her connection to the natural world deeper and more profound than ever before. As she sat beneath the canopy of towering oaks, surrounded by her faithful companions, Willow realized that her journey had been one of personal transformation. She had faced her fears, embraced her destiny, and emerged as a protector of the very essence of life itself. The magical box, once a source of wonder, now served as a reminder of the profound responsibility she carried. Willow vowed to continue her stewardship, nurturing the delicate balance of nature and safeguarding its secrets for generations to come. And so, as the seasons continued their eternal dance, Willow's legacy would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and the unbreakable bond between humanity and the natural world. Her story would be told in whispers among the trees, in the rustle of leaves, and in the gentle lullaby of the forest, a reminder that even the smallest among us can make a difference. In the years that followed, Willow became a symbol of hope and resilience, her tale inspiring others to cherish and protect the natural world. The forest, once threatened by darkness, thrived under her watchful eye, its beauty a living testament to the harmony she had worked so tirelessly to restore. New generations of forest creatures grew up knowing only peace, their lives intertwined with the magical essence that Willow had safeguarded. The wise owl, now a revered elder, often recounted stories of their adventures, its voice a gentle reminder of the friendships that had blossomed amidst adversity. Willow, too, found herself returning to the library within the colossal oak, its labyrinthine shelves a source of endless discovery. There she immersed herself in the wisdom of those who had come before, learning not only about the forest, but of distant lands where similar tales of guardianship unfolded. As time passed, the box revealed new secrets, its magic evolving with the needs of the forest. Willow discovered that it was not only a tool for protection but a bridge to other realms, its power extending beyond the borders of her woodland home. Her curiosity led her to explore these distant lands, forging alliances with other guardians who shared her mission of preservation. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Willow stood at the edge of a tranquil pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the vibrant canopy above. She realized that her journey was far from over, that her role as a guardian was one of continuous growth and learning. The deer, now a majestic stag, stood beside her, its antlers a crown of intertwined branches. Together, they watched as the forest came alive with the energy of a new day, its beauty a reminder of the preciousness of their shared world. With the box in her hand and the wisdom of the forest in her heart, Willow knew that she would continue to walk her path with courage and compassion. Her legacy, an unbroken chain of stewardship and love, would endure, inspiring future generations to honor the delicate balance of nature. And so, the tale of Willow, the guardian of the forest, became more than just a story passed down through the ages. It became a living testament to the strength of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, there is light, and in the heart of every forest, a guardian stands ready to protect its secrets for all time. Story 2. In the heart of the twinkling thicket, a forest known for its shimmering leaves and whispering winds, there lived a peculiar little creature named Wumble. The forest was alive with vibrant colors, emerald greens, deep violets, and golden hues that caught the sunlight, creating a symphony of colors that danced across the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers, while the gentle rustle of leaves sang a soft lullaby. Wumble was a whimsy woggle, a rare and curious being with a penchant for collecting the most unusual objects he could find. His burrow lay beneath an ancient willow tree, a sanctuary whose gnarled branches hung low, cradling his home like a grandmother's loving embrace. Inside, his cozy abode was adorned with a myriad of trinkets, a kaleidoscope of colors and textures, all meticulously organized in every nook and cranny. Wumble's fur was a dazzling patchwork of colors, shifting and changing with the light, like a living kaleidoscope. It was a testament to his ever-changing and vibrant personality. His eyes were wide and bright, full of curiosity and wonder, always seeking the next adventure. Most endearing of all was his laugh, a sound like bubbles rising through a pond, melodious and infectious, spreading joy to anyone who crossed his path. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like tiny diamonds on the grass, Wumble set off on one of his beloved treasure hunts. The twinkling thicket was a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and magical odds and ends, and Wumble never knew what he might discover. As he skipped along the winding forest paths, he hummed a merry tune, his heart as light as the fluffy clouds drifting lazily above. His journey led him to the glimmering glen, a hidden meadow where the air was always perfumed with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and butterflies danced like confetti in the breeze. But today, something was different. In the center of the glen stood an enormous toadstool, as tall as a tree and glowing with an otherworldly light. Perched atop the toadstool was a tiny figure, no bigger than a thimble, with wings that sparkled like sunlight on water. This was Fizzle the Flicker, a sprite known throughout the forest for her mischievous grin and her knack for getting into all sorts of delightful mischief. Fizzle's hair was a wild halo of silvery curls, and her eyes twinkled with secrets and stories untold. She waved a friendly hello to Wumble, who waved back enthusiastically. "Hello, Wumble," Fizzle chirped, her voice as light as a breeze. "I found something rather peculiar, and I thought you might be interested." Wumble's curiosity was immediately piqued. "What is it, Fizzle?" he asked, bouncing on his toes with excitement. With a dramatic flourish, Fizzle pointed to the base of the toadstool, where a small, intricately carved box lay nestled in the grass. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift as if alive. Wumble knelt down to examine it more closely, his eyes widening with awe. "It's a puzzle box," Fizzle explained, fluttering down to join him. "But this one's special. It's enchanted. They say whoever solves it will be granted a wish." Wumble's heart leaped with excitement. A wish! Oh, the possibilities were endless. But as he reached out to touch the box, Fizzle held up a tiny hand to stop him. "There's a catch, of course," she said with a wry smile. "This particular box is known to be quite tricky. It can only be solved through the power of friendship and creative thinking. You see, it requires more than just one mind to unlock its secrets." Wumble nodded thoughtfully, his mind already spinning with ideas. A puzzle that needed friends to solve it? That sounded like just the sort of challenge he loved. He thanked Fizzle for her help, and the two of them set off to gather their friends from around the forest. Their first stop was at the burbling brook, where they found Tipper the turtle tot, basking on a sun-warmed rock. Tipper was a serene and wise creature, known for his slow, thoughtful ways and his deep, resonant voice. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell tales of his many travels. "Good day, Wumble and Fizzle," Tipper greeted them, blinking slowly. "What brings you to my sunny spot?" Wumble and Fizzle explained the enchanted puzzle box and its promise of a wish to Tipper, who listened intently, nodding along with their tale. "I would be most honored to assist you in this endeavor," Tipper replied, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Together, we shall unravel this mystery." With Tipper in tow, the trio continued their journey through the forest, gathering more friends along the way. They found Pippin the Pipkin, a lively little sprite with a talent for crafting beautiful melodies on his leaf flute, and Merryweather the Mooncat, whose silky fur glowed softly in the moonlight, and who was known for her keen intuition and gentle heart. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the group gathered once more in the glimmering glen. Wumble placed the puzzle box carefully in the center of their circle, and they all sat down to contemplate the challenge before them. The box was as tricky as Fizzle had warned. Its patterns shifted and changed with each touch, presenting new challenges and puzzles to solve. But the friends were undeterred. They laughed and shared their ideas, each contributing their unique talents to the task at hand. Tipper's patience and wisdom guided them through the more intricate patterns, his keen eyes spotting details that others might miss. Pippin's music filled the air with joy, inspiring creative solutions and keeping their spirits high. Merryweather's intuition helped them navigate the box's more mysterious locks, her gentle guidance pointing them in the right direction. And of course, Wumble's boundless enthusiasm and determination kept them all motivated, his infectious laughter ringing through the glen as they worked together. Just as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, a soft click echoed through the clearing. The box shuddered slightly, then slowly began to open, revealing a soft, warm glow from within. The friends gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder and anticipation. Inside the box was a tiny, shimmering orb, pulsing gently with a soft, golden light. This was the heart of the puzzle box, the key to their wish. The friends exchanged excited glances, then looked to Wumble, who had been the one to discover the box. "Wumble, what shall we wish for?" Fizzle asked, her voice full of excitement. Wumble thought for a moment. his heart full of gratitude and joy for the friends surrounding him. Then, with a smile as bright as the moon, he spoke. "I wish for us to always have adventures together, full of laughter, friendship, and magic." As the words left his lips, the orb glowed brighter, enveloping the friends in a warm, comforting light. They felt a gentle tingle of magic wash over them, wrapping them in a sense of joy and belonging that would stay with them always. With their wish granted, the friends decided to honor the moment with a celebration. They gathered ingredients from the forest for a feast, each contributing something special. Tipper found wild mushrooms and herbs near the brook, while Pippin plucked ripe berries that glistened like tiny rubies. Merryweather fetched fresh, cool water from a hidden spring, and Fizzle sprinkled everything with a touch of fairy dust, adding a shimmering sweetness to their meal. As they sat together under the starlit sky, sharing stories and laughter, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying the scent of their feast throughout the glen. The forest seemed to join in their celebration, with fireflies twinkling like tiny lanterns and a nightingale singing a lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. The night deepened, and as the moon cast its silvery light over the glen, Wumble realized how much he cherished these moments. His heart swelled with a sense of belonging, and the knowledge that true treasure was not the curious objects he collected, but the friendships he had found. Later, as the embers of their celebration fire died down, Wumble found himself reflecting on the day's events. He gazed around at his friends, the warmth of their companionship as comforting as the soft glow of the moon. He understood now that the magic of the puzzle box wasn't just in the wish it granted, but in the journey they had taken together to unlock its secrets. Each challenge had woven their bond tighter, each shared laugh echoing in his heart. The next morning, a misty dawn brought a new day to the twinkling thicket, and with it, a fresh adventure. Wumble awoke to the sound of gentle rain tapping against the leaves, a rhythmic symphony that filled the forest with a serene melody. The rain had left tiny droplets clinging to the foliage, turning the forest into a sparkling tapestry of emerald and diamond. As Wumble ventured outside, he noticed a soft glow emanating from the ground beneath the willow tree, an unfamiliar phenomenon that piqued his curiosity. With careful steps, he made his way over to the source of the light, a small patch of ground where a cluster of luminescent mushrooms had sprouted overnight. Their soft, ethereal glow seemed to pulse in time with the rhythm of the rain. Intrigued, Wumble leaned down to inspect them more closely, noticing how each mushroom cap looked like a tiny, illuminated dome, casting a gentle light across the forest floor. He realized that these mushrooms, too, were part of the forest's magic, a reminder of the hidden wonders that lay waiting to be discovered by those willing to look. In that moment, Wumble felt a deep sense of connection to the twinkling thicket, as if the forest itself were a living, breathing entity that shared in his adventures. It was as if the forest had gifted him these glowing mushrooms as a token of gratitude for the love and care he had shown to it and its inhabitants. This realization brought a newfound purpose to Wumble's adventures. He decided then and there that his future explorations would be not just about finding treasures, but about uncovering the stories and secrets of the forest, preserving its magic for generations to come. Empowered by this revelation, Wumble returned to his friends, eager to share his discovery and the new direction of his adventures. Together they envisioned a future where they would chronicle the mysteries of the twinkling thicket, capturing its wonders in stories and songs that would echo through time. To begin this new chapter of their journey, the group decided to create a map of the twinkling thicket, marking each magical location they encountered. They would document their findings in a beautifully bound book, inscribing each page with tales of their adventures and illustrations of the wonders they discovered. Pippin, with his talent for music, composed a melody for each story, ensuring that their memories would live on not only in words but in song. Their first entry was dedicated to the Glimmering Glen and the Enchanted puzzle box, a tale of friendship and the power of collective imagination. As they sat together under the willow tree, sketching and writing by the light of the luminescent mushrooms, a sense of purpose filled their hearts. They were not just friends embarking on adventures. They were historians of the twinkling thicket, keepers of its secrets and guardians of its magic. And so it was that the friends of the twinkling thicket became known for their magical adventures, their bond of friendship growing stronger with each shared journey. They explored the forest together, uncovering its many mysteries and delights, their laughter echoing through the trees like a melody of happiness. Whenever they gathered by the ancient willow for a cozy evening by the fire, Wumble would tell the tale of the enchanted puzzle box and the wish that brought them all together, his voice a soothing balm that lulled them into happy dreams beneath the starry sky. And in those dreams, the stars whispered promises of more adventures to come, where friendship and magic would always light their way. One day, as they were exploring a particularly dense part of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient stone archway hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and vines. The air around it shimmered with a faint iridescence, hinting at its magical nature. Wumble, ever the curious explorer, approached it with caution, his heart pounding with excitement. "This looks like a gateway," Fizzle whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "I wonder where it leads." Tipper ran his hand along the cool, weathered stone, feeling the centuries of history embedded in its surface. It must lead to another part of the forest, perhaps a place forgotten by time. Merriweather stepped forward, her intuitive senses tingling. "I feel a powerful magic here," she said softly. "It's as if the forest is inviting us to discover something new." With a shared glance of determination, the friends decided to step through the archway together. As they crossed the threshold, they were enveloped in a swirl of colors and sounds, a whirlwind of magic that transported them to a part of the twinkling thicket they had never seen before. Before them lay a hidden valley, lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Strange and exotic plants bloomed in abundance, their petals shimmering in hues they had never imagined. The air was alive with the chatter of creatures they had never encountered, each one more fascinating than the last. It was a place of pure wonder, a secret held by the forest, waiting to be explored. Wumble felt a swell of excitement in his chest, knowing that this was the beginning of yet another adventure, one that would deepen their bond and uncover more of the forest's mysteries. Together they ventured into this new world, ready to embrace whatever magic and challenges awaited them, their laughter and camaraderie lighting the way as they embarked on the next chapter of their story. Story 3. The Whispering Woods, an Enriched Tale. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. This village was surrounded by towering trees that swayed with the gentlest of breezes, their leaves rustling like the softest lullaby. The air was thick with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. Eldergrove was known far and wide for its beautifully crafted wooden cottages, each adorned with vibrant gardens that spilled over with wildflowers of every conceivable hue. The villagers were kind-hearted folk who cherished the simple pleasures of life, and their days were filled with laughter, song, and the fragrant aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air, mingling with the distant melodious chirping of birds. But Eldergrove held a secret whispered only among the oldest of the trees. Deep within the forest, beyond the reach of sunlight, was a hidden world known as the Whispering Woods. This enchanted place was alive with magic, where the trees were said to possess the ability to speak and share their ancient wisdom with those who dared to listen. It was here that a young girl named Ivy would find her destiny. Ivy was a spirited, curious child with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass. She lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman whose eyes held the soft glow of unspoken tales. Often her grandmother spoke of the wonders of the Whispering Woods, her voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the forest. Ivy's heart brimmed with dreams of discovering this mystical place, for she felt an inexplicable connection to the forest and its secrets. She often wandered to the edge of the woods, her imagination painting vivid scenes of what lay beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun peeked over the horizon, Ivy set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She packed her small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and a notebook filled with her sketches and musings. Her grandmother, with a knowing smile, handed her a delicate silver locket. "This belonged to your mother," she said softly, her voice tinged with a wistful nostalgia. "It's said to hold the key to the whispering woods. Keep it close, my dear." With the locket clasped around her neck, Ivy ventured into the forest, her footsteps light and purposeful. As she stepped into the woods, she was enveloped by the cool embrace of the forest, the air rich with the scent of damp earth and the distant sound of a babbling brook. The trees seemed to lean closer as she passed, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a gentle hush. Ivy felt a thrill of anticipation, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the earth beneath her feet. Hours passed as Ivy traversed the winding paths, her senses attuned to the subtle symphony of the forest. She marveled at the intricate patterns of moss that carpeted the forest floor and the delicate dance of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Eventually, Ivy reached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like a wise old sage. Ivy approached the tree, her fingers brushing its rough bark. Suddenly, the locket around her neck began to glow with a soft, silvery light. Ivy felt a warmth spread through her, and she knew she had found the entrance to the whispering woods. With a deep breath, Ivy closed her eyes and whispered a silent wish. When she opened her eyes, the world around her had transformed. The forest was alive with vibrant colors that danced and shimmered like a living tapestry. The trees whispered in a language that Ivy could somehow understand, their voices a gentle symphony of wisdom and wonder. Ivy wandered through this magical realm, her heart singing with joy. She discovered hidden groves where flowers bloomed in impossible colors and streams that flowed with crystal-clear water, their surfaces sparkling with tiny rainbows. It was a world of unparalleled beauty, a place where dreams and reality intertwined like the branches of a mighty oak. She felt the whisper of the wind as it carried stories of old, tales of bravery and love that resonated deep within her soul. As she explored, Ivy encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminous fox with eyes that glowed like stars. The fox regarded Ivy with a curious gaze, its tail flicking playfully. "Welcome, Ivy," the fox said in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Lumo, guardian of the whispering woods. It is rare for humans to find their way here. What do you seek?" Ivy knelt down, her heart filled with wonder. "I seek knowledge," she replied, her voice steady yet laced with awe. "I wish to understand the magic of this place and learn from its wisdom." Lumo nodded, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Very well, but to gain the wisdom of the whispering woods, you must be willing to share your own." For days that turned into weeks, Ivy remained in the whispering woods, learning from the trees and sharing her own stories and dreams. She grew close to Lumo, who became her constant companion and guide. Together, they uncovered the secrets of the forest, from the hidden glens where ancient magic slept to the towering cliffs that overlooked a sea of dancing clouds. Ivy discovered her own strength and resilience, her heart growing in harmony with the woods around her. One day, as Ivy sat beneath a towering cedar, the trees began to whisper of a shadow that had fallen over the woods. An ancient darkness, long forgotten, was stirring, threatening to consume the magic of the forest and all who dwelled within it. Ivy felt a chill run through her as the trees revealed the nature of this shadow, a malevolent spirit that sought to drain the life from the woods and extinguish the light of the whispering woods forever. Determined to protect her newfound home, Ivy turned to Lumo. "We must stop this darkness," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "But how?" Lumo's eyes were grave as he replied. "To conquer the darkness, you must find the heart of the forest, a magical object hidden deep within the woods. It is said to hold the power to banish the shadow and restore harmony to the forest." With Lumo by her side, Ivy embarked on a journey to find the heart of the forest. They traveled through enchanted groves and across shimmering streams, guided by the whispers of the trees and the light of Ivy's locket. Along the way, they encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each offering their aid and friendship. A wise old owl directed them to the path of hidden trails, while a family of deer led them through the dense underbrush with grace and speed. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, Ivy felt herself changing. She grew stronger and more confident, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. The forest had become a part of her, its magic flowing through her veins like a river of light. She could feel the pulse of the forest, the rhythmic heartbeat of an ancient life force that connected all living things. Her bond with Lumo deepened, forged in the shared trials and triumphs of their quest. Along their journey, they came across an ancient stone circle, a place of power where the air hummed with an energy that made Ivy's skin tingle. It was here they met Eldor, an elderly druid with a long silver beard that seemed to flow into the ground like roots. Eldor spoke of the history of the Whispering Woods, of how it had always been a sanctuary for those seeking wisdom and peace. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with the vigor of life as he imparted ancient chants and protective spells that would aid Ivy in her quest. The encounter with Eldor deepened Ivy's understanding of the forest's ancient legacy and her role within it. As Ivy and Lumo continued their journey, they came upon a serene lake, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky like a mirror. There they met a water nymph named Seraphina, whose voice was like the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Seraphina warned them of the shadow's cunning nature, how it could twist the mind and heart of those who ventured too close. She gifted Ivy a pearl that shimmered with an inner light, a token of protection that would guard her spirit against the shadow's influence. After many trials and tribulations, Ivy and Lumo reached the heart of the Whispering Woods, a magnificent glade bathed in golden light. In the center stood a pedestal upon which rested the heart of the forest, a radiant crystal that pulsed with a warm, gentle glow. As Ivy approached the pedestal, the shadow descended upon the glade, a swirling mass of darkness that blotted out the light. Ivy's heart pounded in her chest, but she stood her ground, drawing strength from the forest and her friends. With a steady hand, she reached for the heart of the forest, feeling its warmth spread through her like a beacon of hope. In that moment, Ivy understood the true power of the Whispering Woods. It was not just the magic of the forest, but the magic of friendship, courage, and wisdom. With this realization, Ivy held the heart of the forest aloft, its light banishing the darkness and restoring harmony to the woods. The shadow dissolved, its threat vanquished, and the forest erupted in a chorus of joy. The trees swayed with newfound vigor, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight, and the creatures of the woods emerged to celebrate their victory. Ivy stood amidst the jubilant forest, her heart full of gratitude and love. She had found her place in the world, a place where dreams and reality intertwined like the branches of a mighty oak. And she knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would remain with her always, a guiding light in the darkest of times. With Lumo by her side, Ivy returned to Eldergrove, her spirit transformed by her journey. She shared her stories with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the magic of the Whispering Woods. Ivy's grandmother embraced her with tears of joy, knowing that her granddaughter had become a true guardian of the forest. And so, the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people living in harmony with the enchanted woods that surrounded them. The forest whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, and Ivy, with her newfound wisdom and courage, became a bridge between the two worlds, a beacon of hope and light for all who called the Whispering Woods home. As the years passed, Ivy continued to explore the mysteries of the forest, her heart forever bound to the magic of the Whispering Woods. She and Lumo remained inseparable, their friendship a testament to the power of love and understanding. Together, they watched over the forest, ensuring that its magic would endure for generations to come. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Ivy sat beneath the ancient oak that had once marked the entrance to the Whispering Woods. Her heart was at peace, her spirit content, for she knew that the magic of the forest was safe, its light shining brightly for all who sought its wisdom. As she closed her eyes, Ivy felt the gentle touch of a breeze, carrying with it the whispers of the woods, a symphony of voices that spoke of love, hope, and the endless possibilities of the world. And in that moment, Ivy knew that she was exactly where she belonged, a guardian of the Whispering Woods and a keeper of its magic. And so, the tale of Ivy and the Whispering Woods came to a close, a story of transformation and growth, a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring magic of the world. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, its heart beating in time with the dreams of those who called it home. For in the Whispering Woods, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the light of hope and love would never fade. While Ivy continued her duties as a guardian, the forest itself began to evolve. The once hidden paths became known to those pure of heart, allowing more villagers to experience the enchantment of the Whispering Woods. As more people connected with the magic of the forest, Eldergrove flourished. The village became a haven for artists, storytellers, and dreamers, each drawing inspiration from the mystical realm that lay just beyond their doorstep. Ivy, with Lumo always by her side, began to teach the younger generation about the importance of preserving the balance between man and nature. She organized gatherings at the edge of the woods, where tales of the forest's wonders and its perils were shared. Her stories, infused with the magic of the Whispering Woods, ignited a spark in the hearts of the listeners, encouraging them to seek harmony within themselves and the world around them. As the seasons passed, Ivy's bond with the forest deepened. She could feel its pulse in her very being, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. The trees, in their infinite wisdom, continued to whisper secrets of the universe to her, secrets that she cherished and guarded with her entire being. And so, in the heart of the forest, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the village of Eldergrove prospered. The Whispering Woods, once a secret known only to a few, became a beacon of hope and unity, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the magic that lies within us all. Ivy, with her unwavering spirit and boundless love for the forest, remained its steadfast guardian, ensuring that the light of the Whispering Woods would shine brightly for generations to come. As Ivy continued her guardianship, a new challenge emerged, a mysterious illness that began affecting the animals of the forest. The once vibrant deer and chirping birds grew weak, their colors fading as if the life was being slowly drained from them. Concerned, Ivy and Lumo sought the counsel of Eldor, the ancient druid. Eldor, with furrowed brows and eyes clouded with concern, informed them of an imbalance in the magic of the woods. "It seems a rift has opened between our world and the realm of shadows," he explained, his voice a deep rumble like the roots of old trees. "The spirits of darkness seek to reclaim what was once theirs." Determined to heal the forest, Ivy, Lumo, and Eldor set out on a new quest. They ventured to the edge of the forest, where the trees grew sparse and the ground cracked with dark energy. There they discovered a portal swirling with shadow, the very source of the imbalance. Using the knowledge Eldor had imparted to her, Ivy crafted a spell to seal the rift. With Lumo's encouragement and Eldor's guidance, she combined the magic of the forest with her own strength and courage. As she chanted, the trees around them joined in, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus. The portal flickered, its dark energies battling against the light Ivy summoned. For a moment, it seemed the darkness would prevail. But then, the heart of the forest, which Ivy had brought with her, began to glow with a radiant light. Its magic intertwined with Ivy's own, and together they sealed the portal, restoring balance to the Whispering Woods. With the rift closed, the animals regained their vitality, their colors returning as the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ivy, though exhausted, felt a renewed sense of purpose. She realized that her role as guardian was not just to protect, but to heal and nurture the magic of the woods. Returning to Eldergrove, Ivy shared her tale with the villagers, emphasizing the importance of unity and vigilance in maintaining the balance of their world. Her story inspired them to form a council dedicated to preserving the harmony between the village and the forest, ensuring the magic of the Whispering Woods would continue to thrive. And so the legacy of Ivy and the Whispering Woods endured, a testament to the power of courage, love, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world around them. Story 4. In the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels on a velvet tapestry, there existed a modest planet named Luminara. Its surface was a mosaic of crystalline lakes and emerald forests, with skies often painted in hues of violet and gold. It was on this planet that a unique gathering took place every 87 years, the Convergence Festival, a celebration where beings from countless worlds across the galaxy came together to share their cultures, stories, and wonders. The festival grounds were a sprawling expanse of vibrant color and sound. Alien flora in hues unseen on Earth bloomed amidst the pathways, their petals releasing sweet, intoxicating scents that mingled with the aroma of exotic foods from countless worlds. The air was alive with the melodies of instruments crafted from materials found in distant star systems, each note weaving into the next to create a symphony of the cosmos. Above, the twin suns cast their gentle warmth over the scene, their light refracting through the atmosphere in a spectrum of colors that painted the sky. Among the visitors this year was a gentle being named Kira, from the oceanic planet of Thalassa. Kira's skin shimmered with an iridescent sheen, reflecting the bioluminescent glow of her home waters. With large, expressive eyes and flowing tendrils that moved like seaweed in a gentle current, she was a sight to behold. Her heart was filled with a yearning for connection, a desire to understand the vast universe beyond her oceanic home. Kira had spent many years swimming the vast oceans of Thalassa, where the endless blue seemed to stretch into infinity. She often gazed at the stars from beneath the waves, dreaming of what lay beyond. Her people were introspective, often turning inwards, but Kira was different. She longed for the stories and experiences of others, hoping they would illuminate the mysteries of her own heart. Her curiosity was not just about the cosmos, but also about understanding herself through the reflections of others. From a distant world came another traveler, a robust and curious creature named Thaddeus. Hailing from the rocky, mountainous planet of Granitus, Thaddeus was as different from Kira as night from day. His skin was rough and stone-like, his form solid and sturdy, with a gaze that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Beneath his formidable exterior, however, Thaddeus harbored a deep curiosity and a longing to find beauty beyond the rugged cliffs of his homeland. Thaddeus had spent his life amidst the towering stone formations and deep canyons of Granitus, where the winds sang ancient songs through the crevices. His people were artisans of stone, shaping the mountains into intricate sculptures that told the stories of their ancestors. Yet Thaddeus yearned for more. He believed that beauty was not confined to the familiar, but was a universal truth, waiting to be discovered in the farthest reaches of the galaxy. His heart carried a quiet hope that through the festival he might find a connection that transcended the stone of his world. As the festival began, the air was filled with the sweet melodies of alien instruments and the vibrant colors of stalls selling exotic delicacies and crafts. Kira, drawn by curiosity and the promise of new experiences, wandered through the bustling market, her tendrils fluttering in excitement. The market was a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds, where traders from across the galaxy displayed their wares, each item a testament to the creativity and culture of its origin. It was here, amidst the laughter and chatter, that she first encountered Thaddeus. Their meeting was not one of immediate harmony. As Kira admired a delicate sculpture of spun crystal, she accidentally brushed against Thaddeus, sending the sculpture tumbling to the ground where it shattered into 1,000 iridescent shards. "Oh, I'm so sorry!" Kira exclaimed, her voice like a soft ripple across water. Thaddeus turned, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the broken pieces. "Be more careful," he rumbled, a hint of irritation in his gravelly voice. "These things are fragile." Kira's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her tendrils drooping slightly. "I'll help you find another," she offered, her sincerity evident. Thaddeus sighed, the sound like the shifting of stones. "It's fine," he said gruffly, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a reluctant smile. "It's just a thing, easily replaced." Their paths, however, were destined to intertwine. Later that evening, Kira found herself on the edge of the festival grounds, where the noise of the celebrations softened into the gentle hum of nature. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, painted by the setting sun. She was lost in thought, the events of the day replaying in her mind when she heard a familiar, gravelly voice. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Thaddeus stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "We don't have sunsets like this on Granitus." Kira nodded, her tendrils catching the evening breeze. On Thalassa, the sun sets beneath the waves. It's like the ocean swallows the light, leaving behind a trail of stars. They spoke of home, of oceans and mountains, of how their worlds shaped them. Kira learned that Thaddeus had a soft spot for the younglings of his planet, often crafting small stone figurines for them, his way of passing on stories and wisdom. In turn, Thaddeus discovered Kira's love for the sea life of Thalassa, how she would spend hours observing the delicate dance of bioluminescent creatures in the depths. As the festival wore on, the duo found themselves participating in a traditional storytelling circle hosted by a race of beings known as the Etherians, whose existence was largely ethereal. The Etherians had the ability to project their memories as holographic images, allowing others to experience their stories firsthand. Kira and Thaddeus watched in awe as scenes of distant worlds unfolded before them, an ancient forest where trees sang in harmony, a desert with sands that reflected the colors of the rainbow, and a bustling city floating among the clouds. Kira was captivated, her heart swelling with the realization of how vast and interconnected the universe truly was. She turned to Thaddeus, whose stony exterior was softened by a look of childlike wonder. "It's incredible, isn't it?" she whispered. "To know that we're all part of this grand tapestry." Thaddeus nodded, deeply moved by the experience. "It makes me realize how much more there is to learn," he replied, "and how much more there is to share." In the midst of the festival, a series of workshops were held, where beings could learn from one another's traditions. Kira and Thaddeus attended a session led by a master weaver from the planet Seraphina. She taught them the art of crafting tapestries that told stories through threads of light. As they wove, Kira shared tales of her people's legends about the great sea creatures of Thalassa, while Thaddeus spoke of the ancient stone guardians of Granitas, said to protect the land from harm. The act of weaving together their stories brought Kira and Thaddeus closer, each appreciating the other's culture and history. They realized that while their worlds were vastly different, the threads of their experiences were woven from the same longing for connection and understanding. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara cast their silvery glow over the festival grounds, Kira and Thaddeus found themselves seated by a glowing pool. The water danced with colors, reflecting the stars above, and the air was filled with the soft, soothing hum of nocturnal creatures. Kira spoke first, her voice gentle. "Back home, I often sit by the ocean and listen to the waves. It's calming, like this." Thaddeus nodded, his gaze fixed on the water. "Where I come from, we listen to the winds that sweep through the canyons. It's a different kind of music, but it brings peace." They sat in companionable silence, the initial misunderstandings forgotten. Here, by the glowing pool, they discovered they were not so different after all. Both longed for the familiar comforts of home, yet both were drawn to the unknown wonders beyond their worlds. As the festival continued, Kira and Thaddeus faced challenges that tested their burgeoning friendship. A sudden storm, rare in Luminara, swept through the festival, threatening to disrupt the celebrations. Many sought shelter, but Kira and Thaddeus, along with other visitors, worked tirelessly to secure tents and assist those in need. During the chaos, Kira became separated from Thaddeus. The winds howled and rain lashed down, obscuring her vision. Fear gnawed at her, a cold knot in her chest. But just as panic threatened to overwhelm her, a familiar, reassuring presence appeared at her side. Thaddeus shielded her from the worst of the storm with his sturdy frame, guiding her to safety with gentle, steady hands. "I won't leave you," he promised, his voice a comforting rumble amidst the tempest. Together, they weathered the storm, their bond forged stronger by the trials they faced. In the days that followed, as the skies cleared and the festival resumed, they found joy in shared discoveries. A hidden garden of luminescent flowers, a song sung by a distant traveler that spoke of hope and unity. Through these experiences, they learned that friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing differences and finding strength in diversity. Their misunderstandings had become stepping stones to understanding, and their shared challenges had become threads that wove their lives together. On the final night of the festival, as the sky erupted in a dazzling display of lights, Kira and Thaddeus stood side by side, their hearts full of gratitude. The Convergence Festival had given them more than memories. it had given them each other. As they prepared to part ways, Kira reached out, her tendrils intertwining with Thaddeus's hand. "Thank you for being my friend," she said softly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Thaddeus smiled, a warm, genuine smile that softened his rugged features. "Thank you for teaching me what friendship truly means," he replied, his voice filled with quiet emotion. And so, as the festival lights dimmed and the stars reclaimed the sky, Kira and Thaddeus knew that their paths would one day cross again. For true friendship, they had learned, was not bound by distance or time, but was a journey that continued beyond the stars, forever bright and unwavering. Story 5. In the quaint village of Willow Grove, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, crooked cottage known as Elderberry Nook. This cottage was famed for its overgrown garden, where wildflowers danced in the breeze, their petals a tapestry of vibrant colors, and the scent of lavender mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Inside, the cottage exuded warmth and comfort. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with books, each one a portal to wondrous worlds and tales untold, their spines worn from years of eager exploration. In this cottage lived a gentle-hearted woman named Morwenna, known for her kind eyes that shimmered with a deep understanding of the world and the warm, honeyed tones of her voice that soothed troubled souls. Morwenna spent her days tending to her beloved garden, her hands moving with the practiced grace of one who respects the earth, and crafting herbal remedies for her neighbors with an intuitive knowledge of nature's bounty. Yet what truly set her apart was a peculiar gift, passed down through generations, the ability to hear the whispers of the wind. This gift, though rare, was not one of grand spectacle. It allowed Morwenna to understand the subtle messages carried by the breeze, guiding her actions and decisions with a wisdom beyond her own. The villagers revered her for this, often seeking her counsel in times of uncertainty, trusting the quiet confidence in her voice as she relayed the wind's insights. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and gold, Morwenna was tending to her garden when the wind brought an unusual whisper. It spoke of a hidden treasure, buried deep within the heart of the enchanted forest, a place where few dared to venture. The wind's message was clear. The treasure held the power to heal any ailment, a gift of unimaginable worth to the people of Willow Grove. Intrigued and determined, Morwenna decided to embark on a journey to uncover this mysterious treasure. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a flask of chamomile tea, a loaf of freshly baked bread, and a book of forest lore, its pages yellowed with age yet rich with knowledge. As she set off, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow on her path, and the village watched with a mixture of hope and apprehension, whispering prayers for her safe return. The enchanted forest was a place of ancient magic, where trees towered like gentle giants, their leaves whispering secrets to those who listened, and streams sang with the melody of hidden secrets. As Morwenna entered the forest, she felt a comforting presence, as if the very earth welcomed her with open arms. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and moss, a heady perfume that invigorated her spirit. As she ventured deeper, Morwenna encountered her first helper, an owl named Bramble. With feathers as soft as down and eyes like polished amber, Bramble perched on a low branch, watching her with keen interest, his presence a reassuring anchor amid the mystery of the forest. "Good day, wise traveler," Bramble hooted, his voice a soothing murmur that resonated through the trees. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Morwenna smiled, her heart warmed by the owl's gentle presence. "I seek a treasure, hidden by the whispers of the wind. It is said to hold the power to heal." Bramble ruffled his feathers thoughtfully, his eyes glinting with ancient knowledge. "A noble quest, indeed. The forest is vast, but I shall guide you as far as my knowledge permits." With Bramble as her guide, Morwenna continued her journey, the owl leading her through winding paths and over babbling brooks, their laughter mingling with the forest's symphony. The forest teemed with life, and Morwenna marveled at the harmony of nature, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of existence. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Morwenna met her second helper, a fox named Thistle, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Thistle's presence was a playful contrast to Bramble's solemnity, yet his energy was infectious, and his gaze held a depth of understanding that belied his playful demeanor. "Well met, traveler," Thistle greeted, trotting alongside Morwenna with a graceful swagger that spoke of confidence and curiosity. "I hear you're searching for a treasure. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Morwenna chuckled softly, feeling a surge of gratitude for the forest's willingness to aid her. "Your company is most welcome, dear Thistle. Together, we may uncover the secrets that lie within." With Thistle's keen sense of direction and Bramble's vast knowledge, the trio journeyed deeper into the forest. They shared stories and laughter, their bond growing stronger with each step. Morwenna learned of Thistle's wanderlust and adventurous spirit, traits that mirrored her own curiosity, and she found solace in Bramble's steadfast guidance, a reminder of her roots and the wisdom passed down through generations. As dusk approached, they arrived at a clearing bathed in the silver light of the rising moon. The air was crisp and alive with the hum of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly chorus. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of an ageless guardian. At its base lay a wooden chest, covered in vines and moss, as if the forest itself had hidden it away, preserving its secrets until the right moment. "We have found it," Bramble whispered, his voice filled with awe, his eyes reflecting the moon's glow. Morwenna approached the chest, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She knelt before it, gently brushing away the vines to reveal a delicate lock. As she pondered how to open it, Thistle spoke up, his voice a quiet reminder of the wisdom they had shared. "Remember, the greatest challenges are often solved with wisdom, not force." Inspired by Thistle's words, Morwenna closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the wind. The breeze tousled her hair, carrying with it a soft melody that seemed to echo the heartbeats of the forest itself. Guided by the rhythm, Morwenna hummed the tune, her voice blending with the wind's song. To her amazement, the lock clicked open, revealing the chest's contents, a simple, unadorned chalice, glowing with a gentle light. As Morwenna held it in her hands, she felt a surge of warmth and peace, as if the very essence of the forest flowed through her, connecting her to the earth and skies above. With Bramble and Thistle by her side, Morwenna returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of gratitude for the journey and the friends she had made. The chalice's power was shared with the village, healing those in need and bringing a sense of unity and hope, a reminder of the bonds that tied them to each other and to the land they cherished. As the days turned into weeks, Morwenna continued to listen to the whispers of the wind, her gift now more precious than ever. The villagers often gathered at Elderberry Nook, swollen, eager to hear tales of the enchanted forest and the treasures it held, their faces alight with wonder and curiosity. One evening, as the firelight flickered against the walls lined with books, a young girl named Alara approached Morwenna, her eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. "Will you tell us more about the forest, Morwenna? What other secrets does it hold?" Morwenna smiled, her gaze softening as she recalled the depth of the forest's magic. "Ah, the enchanted forest is indeed full of secrets, my dear. There are tales of the midnight glade, where the moonlight dances on the petals of silver lilies, and the silent grove, where time stands still if you listen closely enough." Elara's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you think the forest has more treasures like the chalice?" Morwenna nodded thoughtfully, her mind drifting back to the gentle whispers that had always guided her. "Perhaps, but treasures come in many forms, Elara. Sometimes, the greatest treasure is the journey itself and the companions who walk beside us." She paused, watching the flames cast shadows on the walls, her thoughts turning to Bramble and Thistle. "And sometimes, it's the wisdom we gain and the love we share that truly enriches our lives." The following day, Morwenna decided to explore the possibilities the chalice offered beyond healing. Guided by the wind's whispers, she ventured into the village, visiting the baker who had a chronic pain in his hands, and the schoolteacher, whose voice often faltered. With each use, the chalice glowed brightly, leaving the villagers in awe and gratitude. One afternoon, as the village buzzed with tales of newfound vitality and strength, an old traveler arrived at Willow Grove. His eyes were weary and his steps heavy, yet a spark of hope flickered in his gaze as he sought an audience with Morwenna. "I have come from afar, drawn by tales of your gift and the power it holds," he said, his voice a gentle rasp. "I seek not healing, but a chance to mend a broken bond." Morwenna listened intently, sensing the weight of his words. The wind whispered of distant lands and lost connections, urging her to act. She invited the traveler to Elderberry Nook, where they shared stories over tea, learning of his estranged daughter who had left home many years ago. Inspired by the wind's guidance, Morwenna crafted a potion from the herbs in her garden, pouring it into the chalice. She then handed it to the traveler with a soft smile. "Drink this, and let the winds carry your message of love and reconciliation." As the old man sipped from the chalice, a gentle breeze swirled around him, lifting the words from his heart and carrying them far and wide. The village watched in silence, feeling the magic weave its way through the air. Days later, a young woman arrived in Willow Grove, her face a mirror of the travelers, filled with hope and a longing for reunion. Father and daughter embraced, their hearts mended by the magic of forgiveness and understanding. With that, as the last embers of the fire glowed softly, the village of Willow Grove drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the night, the whispers of the wind weaving dreams of magic and adventure for those who dared to listen. And yet, as the village found solace in the chalice's magic, Morwenna felt a gentle tug at her heart, the wind whispering of another journey. It spoke of distant lands and untold stories, beckoning her to explore beyond the borders of Willow Grove. With Bramble and Thistle by her side, she knew that the world held countless wonders waiting to be discovered, and she vowed to follow the whispers wherever they might lead, ever guided by the wisdom of the wind. Before she set off on another adventure, Morwenna gathered the villagers for one final evening of stories. The wind had begun to speak of a new ally, a creature born of both water and sky, who awaited her arrival. The villagers huddled close, eager to hear of this new chapter that promised the discovery of realms previously unknown. As the stars twinkled above, Morwenna shared tales of the mythical creature known as the sky dolphin, whose shimmering scales were said to reflect the colors of the dawn. It was rumored to glide through the clouds and dive into the sea with equal grace, a guardian of both realms. Alara, wide-eyed and filled with wonder, asked, "Will you find the sky dolphin, Morwenna?" Morwenna gazed at the girl, her heart swelling with the promise of new adventures. "I believe the wind has set my path toward it, dear Alara. With Bramble and Thistle at my side, I have no doubt that the journey will reveal wonders beyond our imagination." As the village bid her farewell, Morwenna felt a profound sense of belonging, rooted in the love and unity of Willow Grove. She knew that no matter where the whispers led her, the village would always be her home, the starting point of every new adventure. With the first light of dawn, Morwenna, Bramble, and Thistle set forth on their new adventure, the wind's whispers guiding their steps toward the horizon. The village watched as they disappeared in the distance, their hearts filled with hope and the knowledge that Morwenna's journey would bring back stories of magic and wisdom to enrich their lives. And so, the tale of Morwenna and her companions continued, woven into the fabric of the village's history, a testament to the power of listening to the whispers of the wind and embracing the adventures that life offers. 6. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. Do you know what it is? Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "A rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 8. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you. With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart. With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. 10. In the heart of a dense and ancient forest, where the canopy of leaves whispered secrets to the wind and the ground was carpeted in a soft emerald moss, there lay a hidden glen. This was no ordinary glen, for it was said to be the dwelling place of the whispering willows, trees of such wisdom and age that they had seen the birth of stars and the rise and fall of countless kingdoms. Their trunks were gnarled and twisted into shapes resembling the faces of wise old souls, and their leaves shimmered with a silver hue, catching the light of the sun and moon alike, as if they were woven from threads of starlight. In this magical glen, there lived a young girl named Lyra. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 questions, she was known for her adventurous spirit and gentle heart. Lyra had grown up listening to tales of the whispering willows, and she often wandered the forest paths, her footsteps barely a whisper on the soft earth, hoping to hear the trees' ancient secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the branches, casting golden patterns on the forest floor, Lyra set out on a journey. She carried with her a small satchel, and within it lay a peculiar object, a stone, smooth and cool to the touch, with swirling patterns that seemed to dance when held to the light. This was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the forest, a gift passed down through generations in her family, said to hold the power to commune with the natural world. As she walked deeper into the forest, the air was filled with the scent of earth and leaves, and the gentle rustling of creatures stirring in their burrows. Lyra felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its embrace. She made her way to the glen, where the whispering willows stood in their eternal vigil. As she approached, a soft breeze ruffled the leaves, carrying with it the faintest murmur of voices. "Welcome, child of the forest," the voices seemed to say, a chorus of gentle whispers that blended with the rustling leaves. Lyra felt a thrill of excitement run through her. She had never heard the trees speak so clearly before. She held the heart of the forest aloft, and as she did, the patterns on the stone began to glow with a gentle light, casting a warm glow upon her face. "Guardians of the glen," Lyra began, her voice steady and full of reverence, "I seek your wisdom. There is a mystery I wish to unravel, a hidden world beneath the boughs of this ancient forest." The whispering willows swayed in response, their leaves shimmering like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "The path you seek is one of wonder and challenge," they intoned, their voices as soft as a lullaby. "But know this, it is only through friendship and courage that the way shall be revealed." With those words, the ground beneath Lyra's feet began to shift, opening up to reveal a hidden passageway, a tunnel carved into the earth and lit by the luminescent glow of fungi that clung to its walls. The air within was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and mystery. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The tunnel wound deep into the earth, twisting and turning until it widened into a cavern, vast and echoing. Here, the light of the fungi cast a gentle, ethereal glow, illuminating a world unlike any Lyra had ever seen. Strange and beautiful plants grew in abundance, their leaves and petals shimmering with colors that defied description. Creatures of all shapes and sizes moved among them, some familiar, others fantastical, their eyes bright with intelligence and curiosity. As Lyra wandered through this hidden world, she marveled at its beauty and complexity. Yet she sensed an underlying unease, a tension that seemed to permeate the air. It was as if the very fabric of this magical realm was fraying, and Lyra felt a deep sense of urgency to understand why. It was then that she encountered a peculiar creature, a small, fox-like being with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as deep and blue as the ocean. It approached her with a cautious curiosity, its head tilted to one side as if it were trying to understand her. "Are you lost, little one?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling down to meet the creature's gaze. The creature blinked slowly, then nodded, its eyes reflecting a sadness that tugged at Lyra's heart. "I think I am, but perhaps we are both seeking the same thing," the creature replied, its voice a soft and musical chime in the stillness of the cavern. "My name is Aether, and I seek the source of the discord that has befallen our world." Lyra smiled warmly, feeling an immediate kinship with Aether. "Then let us seek it together," she said, extending her hand. Aether placed a small paw on her palm, and in that moment a bond was formed, one of mutual trust and understanding. Together, they ventured deeper into the hidden world, guided by the gentle glow of the fungi and the whispers of the forest. As they journeyed, they encountered many wonders and challenges. They crossed rivers that glowed with the light of the stars, climbed mountains that sang with the voices of the wind, and navigated through forests where the trees seemed to breathe and dream. With each challenge they faced, Lyra and Aether's friendship grew stronger. They learned to rely on each other's strengths and to support one another through moments of doubt and fear. It was a friendship that defied expectations, a bond that transcended words and bridged the gap between two very different worlds. Their journey led them to the heart of the hidden world, a place of breathtaking beauty and serenity. Here, they found a great tree, its trunk wide and its branches stretching up to touch the ceiling of the cavern, as if it were holding up the very sky. Its leaves glowed with a soft, golden light, bathing the entire area in a warm and comforting glow. Beneath the tree there lay a pool of water, clear as crystal and still as glass. As Lyra and Aether approached, they could see images flickering across its surface, scenes of the world above, of the forest and the glen, and of the creatures that called it home. "This is the source," Aether whispered, awe in its voice, "the heart of our world." But even as they watched, the images began to distort, the surface of the water rippling and churning as if stirred by an unseen hand. Lyra felt a shiver run through her, a sense of foreboding that tightened her chest. "The balance is breaking," Aether said, its voice tinged with sadness. "Something is disrupting the harmony of our world." Determined to help, Lyra knelt by the pool, the heart of the forest clasped tightly in her hand. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her heart and mind, seeking the source of the discord. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath her, the heartbeat of the forest, and the whispers of the trees. And then she felt it, a dark presence, a shadow that lurked at the edges of the hidden world, feeding on its magic and twisting it to its own ends. It was a force of greed and malice, seeking to claim the beauty of the glen for itself. Lyra opened her eyes, her resolve firm and unwavering. "We must restore the balance," she said, her voice steady and full of conviction. Aether nodded, its eyes shining with determination. "Together, we can do it." With a shared purpose, they began their work. Lyra focused her thoughts, channeling the energy of the heart of the forest into the pool. The stone glowed brightly, its patterns swirling with vibrant colors that danced across the water's surface. Aether lent its own magic, weaving strands of moonlight and stardust into the flow of energy. Slowly the ripples in the pool began to still, the images becoming clear and steady once more. The dark presence recoiled, its grip on the hidden world loosening as the harmony was restored. As the last echoes of discord faded, the great tree shivered, its leaves rustling with a sound like laughter, and the golden light surrounding them brightened, filling the cavern with warmth and peace. Lyra and Aether gazed at each other, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. They had succeeded in their quest, not through might or power, but through friendship and wisdom. As they made their way back to the surface, the whispering willows greeted them with a gentle breeze, their leaves whispering words of praise and welcome. Lyra felt a deep sense of belonging, knowing that she had become a part of the forest's ancient story. And as the sun set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, she and Aether sat beneath the boughs of the whispering willows, content in the knowledge that they had made a difference, and that their friendship would endure through the ages. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the forest sang a song of peace and harmony, a lullaby that spoke of hope and the enduring power of friendship. And as Lyra drifted into sleep, she dreamed of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered in the heart of the hidden world. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the stars and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Willow Hollow. This village, nestled in the embrace of nature, was known for its peaceful charm and gentle inhabitants. Each cottage was adorned with ivy and blooming flowers, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed softly like captured fireflies. One crisp autumn evening, as the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find their beloved village fountain, which sat at the center of the town square, had stopped flowing. This was no ordinary fountain. It was said to be enchanted, its waters blessed by the ancient forest spirits to bring peace and prosperity to the land. The villagers gathered around the dry, silent fountain, their brows furrowed in concern. Among them was young Marlowe, a curious and kind-hearted boy with a knack for solving puzzles. Marlowe had hair the color of amber leaves and eyes that sparkled like the first stars of evening. He was well loved in Willow Hollow for his gentle nature and quick wit. With the villagers whispering in worry, Marlowe decided to seek the wisdom of old Greta, the wise woman of the woods. Her cozy cottage was tucked away at the edge of the forest, where the trees sang lullabies in the breeze. Marlowe set off on the familiar path, his feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, as the forest seemed to guide him with a gentle rustling. Old Greta welcomed Marlowe with a warm smile and a cup of steaming chamomile tea. Her cottage was a haven of comfort, filled with the scent of herbs and the soft glow of candlelight. Greta listened intently as Marlowe described the fountain's plight. "Ah, the fountain of harmony," she mused, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It's connected deeply to the heart of the forest. If it stopped, perhaps something is amiss in the woods." With Greta's guidance, Marlowe set out to explore the forest, accompanied by his faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Oliver. The owl perched on Marlowe's shoulder, his feathers soft and eyes wide with ancient knowledge. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees whispered and the brook babbled its secrets. Marlowe observed the world around him with keen eyes, noticing the subtle changes. The normally vibrant flowers seemed tired, and the birds sang quieter tunes. They soon came upon a clearing where a gentle unicorn grazed, its silver mane shimmering in the dappled sunlight. The unicorn, sensing Marlowe's pure heart, approached with trust. Oliver hooted softly, and Marlowe understood the unicorn might hold the key to the mystery. The unicorn led them to a hidden glade, that where a small, enchanted spring bubbled. However, the once clear waters were clouded, and nearby, a family of mischievous sprites were playing with glittering stones. These stones, it seemed, had fallen from a nearby tree and inadvertently blocked the spring that fed the village fountain. Marlowe, with Oliver's wise counsel, approached the sprites with kindness. "Dear friends," he began, "your games are delightful, but the stones have stopped the flow of the spring. Would you help us restore it?" The sprites, realizing their play had caused trouble, nodded eagerly. Together, Marlowe, Oliver, and the sprites gently removed the stones, allowing the spring to flow freely once more. As the water cleared, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the birds resumed their joyful songs. Returning to Willow Hollow, Marlowe was greeted by the joyful cheers of the villagers as the fountain bubbled to life once more, its waters sparkling under the afternoon sun. The village was filled with gratitude, and Marlowe learned that even the smallest actions could ripple out to touch the entire world. That night, as the village settled under a blanket of stars, Marlowe lay in his bed, the gentle hoot of Oliver lulling him to sleep. He knew that with observation, kindness, and a touch of magic, even the most puzzling mysteries could be solved. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, peace was restored as the village of Willow Hollow slept soundly, cradled in the arms of the forest's timeless embrace. Story 12. Whispering Leaves and the Secret of the Enchanted Grove. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the vast emerald forests, lay a quaint village called Willow. It was a place where time seemed to slow down, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. The villagers lived simple but contented lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside, as dusk painted the skies in hues of lavender and gold. In this village lived a young girl named Maisie, who was known for her curious eyes and a heart as open as the boundless sky. Maisie's days were filled with adventures and dreams that stretched far beyond the confines of the village. Her favorite place was the edge of the forest, where she would sit beneath the ancient willow tree, listening to the rustling leaves that seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. One gentle evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the landscape, Maisie discovered something unusual. Nestled within the roots of the willow was a small, ornate box. It was adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and vines, glimmering faintly in the fading light. Maisie's fingers tingled with excitement as she carefully opened the box, revealing a delicate amulet shaped like a teardrop, with a single iridescent leaf suspended inside. As she touched the amulet, a soft breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the faintest sound of laughter. Maisie felt a warmth envelop her, as if the forest itself had wrapped her in a gentle embrace. With the amulet in her hand, she noticed something miraculous. The forest around her seemed to come alive in ways she had never imagined. The trees whispered a melody, and the flowers swayed in a harmonious dance. Intrigued and filled with wonder, Maisie decided to explore deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before. As she ventured further, the path beneath her feet transformed into a tapestry of colors, each step releasing a soft musical note. The air shimmered with magic, and Maisie felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. Her journey led her to a hidden grove, bathed in a soft, silvery light. In the center of the grove stood a majestic oak, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Around the tree, tiny lights flickered like stars, and Maisie realized they were not mere fireflies, but spirits of the forest, each one radiating a gentle, welcoming glow. From behind the oak emerged an unexpected friend, a small, sprightly creature with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a smile that could melt the coldest of hearts. His name was Thistle, and he was a guardian of the forest. Thistle greeted Maisie with a twinkle in his eye and a warm, welcoming hug. He explained that the amulet she had found was a key to the Enchanted Grove, a place hidden from the eyes of those who did not possess the purity of heart to truly see it. "Why me?" Maisie asked, her voice filled with awe and curiosity. "Because you listen," Thistle replied. "You hear the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the wind, and most importantly, you believe in the magic that surrounds us." Maisie spent the evening learning about the grove and its wonders. She discovered that the spirits of the forest were not only protectors of nature, but also keepers of its mysteries. They shared stories of long ago, tales of bravery, kindness, and the power of friendship. As the night deepened, Maisie realized she must return to the village. Thistle, sensing her reluctance, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Remember, the magic of the grove is always with you, as long as you carry it in your heart." With a promise to return, Maisie retraced her steps, the path now aglow with a soft, guiding light. As she emerged from the forest, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place within it. In the days that followed, Maisie's life in Willowbrook took on a new vibrancy. She shared her tales of the Enchanted Grove with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and open hearts. The village began to reflect the magic Maisie had discovered. Gardens flourished, laughter echoed in the streets, and a sense of unity blossomed among the people. Maisie often returned to the grove, her friendship with Thistle growing deeper with each visit. Together, they explored the mysteries of the forest, uncovering hidden wonders and learning the lessons the spirits had to offer. Maisie understood that the true magic lay not in the amulet, but in the connections forged through kindness and understanding. As the seasons changed, so did Maisie. She grew wise and gentle, her heart a beacon of light for those around her. The village thrived under her guidance, each member contributing their own unique gifts to the tapestry of life. Years passed, and Maisie became known as the heart of Willowbrook, a beloved storyteller and keeper of secrets. The legend of the Enchanted Grove lived on, inspiring generations to listen to the whispers of the leaves and to believe in the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, the village of Willowbrook remained a place of wonder and warmth, where the spirit of the forest sang in harmony with the hearts of its people, forever guided by the gentle wisdom of a girl who dared to listen, to dream, and to believe. Story 13. In the heart of an age-old forest, where the trees stood like sentinels of time and the air danced with whispers of forgotten tales, there existed a world teeming with hidden lives and quiet magic. This forest was not merely a thicket of trees and wildlife. It was a realm where the very essence of nature wove together in a delicate tapestry of balance and harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, the creatures of the forest began their evening symphony. In the canopy above, a parliament of owls stirred to life, their soft hoots echoing like gentle lullabies through the cool, crisp air. Below, the rustle of leaves betrayed the presence of a family of foxes, their rust-colored fur blending seamlessly with the autumnal underbrush. Among these hidden denizens was a wise old tortoise named Gathan. His shell bore the marks of countless seasons, etched with the stories of the forest. Gathan was known far and wide as the keeper of ancient wisdom, a role he embraced with gentle humility. He moved with the slow, deliberate grace of one who understood the value of patience and the importance of each step in life's journey. One evening, as the forest basked in the silver glow of a full moon, Gathan decided to visit his friend, Miran, a spirited squirrel with eyes that sparkled like sunlight, dancing on the surface of a stream. Miran lived in a hollowed-out tree not far from the tortoise's burrow, a cozy nook lined with soft moss and fragrant pine needles. As Gathan made his way through the forest, he marveled at the beauty of the world around him. The leaves, ablaze with autumn's fiery palette, whispered secrets to the wind. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, a comforting perfume that spoke of the cyclical nature of life. Each breath was a reminder of the forest's age-old rhythm, a harmonious dance between growth and decay. When Gathan arrived at Miran's home, the squirrel greeted him with a flurry of cheerful chatter. "Good evening, Gathan. What brings you to my neck of the woods?" she asked, offering him a plump acorn as a token of her hospitality. "I have come to share a story," Gathan replied, settling himself comfortably against the base of Miran's tree. A tale passed down from the elder trees, a reminder of the harmony that sustains us all. Miran's eyes widened with curiosity, and she scurried to a perch on a nearby branch, eager to listen. In the stillness of the night, with only the soft rustle of leaves for company, Gathan began his tale. Long ago, when the forest was young and the world was still finding its balance, there was a time of great discord. The seasons, once harmonious, fell into disarray. Winter refused to yield to spring, and the sun grew weary of its endless journey across the sky. Miran listened, entranced by the tortoise's gentle, melodic voice. She could almost see the story unfold in the shadows cast by the moonlight. The creatures of the forest were troubled, Gathan continued. Without the gentle touch of spring, the earth grew cold and barren. The rivers slowed to a trickle, and the songs of the birds were silenced by the chill. It was then that a council was called, and all the creatures gathered to seek a solution. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if the trees themselves were listening to the tale. Among those gathered was a wise old owl named Eldrin, Gathan said, his voice a soft murmur that blended seamlessly with the rustling leaves. Eldrin, with his keen eyes and deep understanding, spoke of the need for balance. "The seasons are like the notes of a song," he said. "Each must play its part for the melody to be whole." Miran nodded, her tiny paws clasped in anticipation. Eldrin proposed a pact, Gathan continued. Each creature, from the smallest ant to the greatest bear, would lend their voice to a song of harmony, a song that would remind the seasons of their purpose and coax them back into their rightful rhythm. As the story unfolded, Miran could almost hear the music, a symphony of life that resonated in her very bones. "And so the creatures sang," Gathan said, his voice rising with the memory of that ancient melody. Their song wove through the forest, a soft and gentle plea that carried on the wind. It reached the winter's icy heart and whispered to the budding flowers of spring. The forest around them seemed to hum with the echo of that long-ago song, a reminder of the unity that bound all living things. In time, the seasons heeded the call, Gathan concluded. Winter retreated, and spring blossomed anew. The forest thrived, and balance was restored. From that day forth, the creatures of the forest understood the power of their voices and the importance of living in harmony with the world. As Gathan's tale came to a close, a peaceful silence settled over the forest. Mirren sighed contentedly, the story weaving itself into the fabric of her dreams. "Thank you, Gathan," she said softly. "Your stories always remind me of the beauty and wisdom that surrounds us." The old tortoise smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of centuries. "It is a gift to share these tales, dear Mirren. May they guide you as they have guided me." With that, Gathan rose and began his slow journey back to his burrow, the moonlight casting long shadows on the forest floor. Mirren watched him go, her heart full of gratitude and a renewed sense of connection to the world around her. As the night deepened and the forest settled into slumber, the gentle harmony of nature continued its eternal song, a lullaby for all who called the ancient woods their home. Story 14. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush rolling hills and beside a gentle babbling brook, lived a young girl named Anwen. Willowbrook was a tapestry of colors, the kind that only nature's hand could paint. The air was always tinged with the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers, and the songs of birds were a constant melody that accompanied the gentle rustling of leaves. Anwen had always felt a deep connection to her surroundings. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry secrets of old, and the towering, ancient trees of the nearby forest felt like wise old guardians. Yet, despite her love for her home, Anwen felt a yearning, a pull towards something she could not quite name. One crisp autumn morning, when the sunlight danced through the golden leaves like flickering lanterns, Anwen's grandmother called her over with a mysterious glint in her eye. Her grandmother, with her silver hair woven into a long braid and eyes that twinkled like stars, was known for her stories of the past, tales filled with magic and wonder. "Anwen, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as the brook's gentle flow, "there is something I must show you. It is time you learn about the legacy that is your birthright." Curiosity piqued, Anwen followed her grandmother to the attic of their cozy cottage. The attic was filled with the rich aroma of cedar and dust, and beams of sunlight filtered through the small window, casting a warm glow on the wooden floorboards. From an old chest, her grandmother carefully lifted a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Inside the box lay a pendant, unlike any Anwen had ever seen. It was a circular locket, crafted from silver so polished it gleamed like moonlight. At its center was an opal, shimmering with hues of blue and green, like the ocean beneath a summer sky. "This pendant," her grandmother explained, "has been passed down through generations of our family. It holds the power and wisdom of our ancestors. It is said to guide those who wear it on a journey to discover their true selves and the world around them." Anwen held the pendant in her hands, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips. It was as if a gentle breeze had wrapped itself around her, whispering promises of discovery and belonging. With the pendant around her neck, Anwen began to feel a change within her. It was as if her senses had been heightened. She noticed the subtle hues of twilight she had never seen before, and the songs of the forest seemed to carry messages just for her. More than that, she began to dream of places she had never been, of people she had never met, yet felt deeply connected to. Guided by her dreams and the pendant's gentle pull, Anwen set off on a journey through the forest, her footsteps cushioned by the soft moss underfoot. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves whispering encouragement as she passed. As she delved deeper into the forest, she discovered a hidden grove, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the sound of a waterfall's gentle cascade. In the center of the grove stood a stone archway, its surface etched with the same intricate patterns as the pendant. Anwen stepped through the archway and found herself in a realm that seemed untouched by time. The sky was a canvas of pastels, and the ground was carpeted with flowers of every color imaginable, each petal glistening with dew that reflected the light like tiny prisms. In this enchanted place, Anwen met the spirits of her ancestors. They appeared as shimmering figures, their faces kind and their eyes filled with wisdom. They shared stories of their lives, tales of courage, kindness, and the enduring strength of their lineage. Through their stories, Anwen learned of the importance of empathy, the power of unity, and the strength that comes from knowing one's roots. Remember, one of the spirits said, their voice a gentle breeze, our legacy is not just in the pendant you wear, but in the kindness you show, the compassion you hold, and the love you spread. When Anwen returned home, she felt a sense of peace she had never known. The pendant had not only connected her to her past, but had also shown her the path to her future. She knew now that her roots ran deep, entwined with the love and wisdom of those who came before her. From that day on, Anwen lived with a newfound understanding of who she was and where she came from. She walked with a lighter step, her heart full of gratitude, and her spirit as vibrant as the colors of her beloved Willowbrook. And thus, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the endless sky, Anwen found her place in the tapestry of life, forever guided by the whispers of her ancestors and the gentle glow of the pendant at her heart. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, nestled a quaint little village known as Thistledown Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was a place where magic flowed as freely as the brook that sang through its center. The villagers, gentle and merry, lived harmoniously with the enchanting creatures that called the woods their home. One warm, golden evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a curious thing happened in Thistledown Hollow. The village's beloved moonflowers, which unfurled their silvery petals only under the light of the full moon, had begun to bloom a week early. The villagers, who cherished these flowers for their soft glow and delicate fragrance, were both puzzled and a tad concerned. Lila, a thoughtful girl with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning dew, had a deep affection for these moonflowers. She often spent her nights in the garden, watching them blossom under the moonlight. That evening, as she wandered through the garden, she noticed this unexpected blooming and decided to unravel the mystery. The next morning, she set out for the cottage of Old Beryl, the wise herbalist of Thistledown Hollow. Beryl was known for her knowledge of the forest's secrets and her deep bond with its magical creatures. Her cottage, with its moss-covered roof and walls adorned with drying herbs, exuded a warm, earthy fragrance that put Lila at ease as she approached. "Good morning, dear Lila," Beryl greeted her, a gentle smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "What brings you here on such a lovely day?" "It's the moonflowers, Beryl," Lila replied, her voice filled with curiosity. "They've bloomed early, and I can't seem to figure out why." Beryl nodded thoughtfully, her fingers caressing the leaves of a potted basil plant. "Ah, the moonflowers. They are sensitive to the whispers of the moon and the murmurs of the earth. Perhaps something has stirred their slumber." Lila listened intently, her mind whirring with possibilities. "Do you think it has something to do with the new creature sightings in the woods?" she asked, recalling the recent tales of shimmering lights and soft, unseen footsteps at night. "Perhaps," Beryl mused, her eyes twinkling with intrigue. "But to truly understand, we must ask the forest itself." Together they decided to venture into the heart of the whispering woods, where the old oaks stood solemn and wise. As they walked, the path beneath their feet was soft with moss, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Deep within the woods they found themselves in a clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. Here the trees seemed to lean closer, as if eager to share their secrets. It was here that they met Lyra, a small winged creature with dainty features and eyes that sparkled like stars. Lyra was a sylph, a guardian of the woods, known for her playful spirit and deep wisdom. "Welcome, friends," Lyra chimed, her voice as light as a breeze. "What brings you to this sacred grove?" Lila explained their quest, and Lyra listened with a serene expression. "Ah, the moonflowers," she said, her wings fluttering gently. "Their early bloom is indeed a sign, a message from the earth's heart." "Do you know what it means?" Lila asked, hope threading through her voice. Lyra nodded. There is a new presence in the woods, a gentle spirit that has awakened from a long slumber. It is a spirit of renewal and change, heralding a time of growth and harmony. Lila and Beryl exchanged a glance, their hearts lifted by the sylph's words. "And how can we welcome this spirit?" Beryl asked, always eager to maintain the balance of the woods. Lyra smiled, a radiant, comforting smile that filled the clearing with warmth. "Simply by being who you are, by tending to the earth and cherishing its gifts, the spirit seeks only peace and kindness, much like the heart of Thistledown Hollow." With Lyra's guidance, Lila and Beryl returned to the village, their steps light with understanding. They shared the news with the other villagers, who embraced the change with open hearts. Together they prepared a small celebration, a festival of lights and laughter, to honor the spirit and the woods that sustained them. As night fell, the village was aglow with lanterns and the gentle laughter of its people. The moonflowers, now fully awake and vibrant, cast a silvery light over the festivities, their fragrance weaving through the night air like a sweet, lingering melody. And so the mystery of the early moonflowers was solved, not through complex magic or grand gestures, but through the simple acts of listening and understanding. Thistledown Hollow continued to thrive, a testament to the gentle connections between its people and the magical world around them. As the villagers bid each other good night, their hearts were light with joy and gratitude. Lila, feeling the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the forest, knew that the spirit of Thistledown Hollow was safe, nurtured by their love and care. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the moonlight dancing softly across her dreams. Story 16. In the vast tapestry of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across a velvet canopy, there existed a tiny planet called Lumina. It was a serene world, known for its luminous flora and gentle whispering winds. The inhabitants of Lumina, the Luminites, were a peaceful people, their skin glowing faintly with the hues of their emotions. Nearby, orbiting a distant star, was the rugged planet of Pharos, a land of iron cliffs and rust-colored sands, home to the Pharosians, a hardy species with skin like polished stone and eyes that sparkled like molten metal. One quiet evening on Lumina, as the two moons rose to bathe the world in their silver light, a small, interstellar ship descended with a soft hum. Inside was a Pharosian named Corin, on a mission of exploration. His mission was to learn from the Luminites to bring back knowledge to Pharos. But Corin, with his heavy steps and gruff voice, found it difficult to blend into the gentle, glowing world of Lumina. Among the Luminites was a curious soul named Lyra, whose luminescence shone a warm golden hue, reflecting her innate curiosity and kindness. She watched Corin with interest from the moment he arrived, noticing the way he seemed to struggle with the delicate landscape, his heavy boots often sinking into the soft, mossy ground. One day, as Corin attempted to navigate a particularly luminescent grove, he stumbled and fell, his equipment scattering around him. Lyra, who had been observing nearby, rushed to his side, her glow bright with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, her voice like a gentle breeze through leaves. Corin grunted, brushing himself off. "I am fine," he replied, his tone curt with embarrassment. "The ground here is tricky." Lyra offered a gentle smile. "It's softer than what you're used to, I imagine. Let me show you how to walk on it." She demonstrated a light, bouncing step, her feet barely disturbing the moss. Corin watched, his stone-like features softening as he nodded and attempted to mimic her movements. Thus began an unusual companionship. Lyra, with her gentle perseverance, continued to guide Corin through the intricacies of Lumina, teaching him about the glowing plants and the songs of the wind. Corin, in turn, shared stories of Pharos, his voice growing animated as he spoke of the towering iron cliffs and the strength of his people. Despite their growing friendship, there were moments of misunderstanding. One afternoon, while exploring a glade of shimmering crystals, Corin picked up a particularly vibrant shard, intending to study it. Lyra gasped, her glow dimming to a worried blue. "No, Corin, that crystal is alive. It's part of the grove's essence." Corin frowned, his brow furrowing in confusion. "On Pharos, we use such stones for energy. I didn't realize." Lyra placed a gentle hand on his arm. "It's all right. We learn through mistakes. The grove will forgive you, as you meant no harm." Her understanding touched Corin deeply. and he returned the crystal with newfound respect for the delicate balance of her world. Their bond was tested further when a cosmic storm swept through, its winds howling like a pack of wild beasts threatening to uproot the very trees of Lumina. As the Luminites sought shelter, Corin and Lyra found themselves stranded in the forest. The storm's fury was unlike anything Corin had ever experienced, the air charged with energy that danced across Lyra's skin in vibrant waves. Huddled beneath a broad-leafed canopy, Corin used his robust frame to shield Lyra from the worst of the storm. "Stay close," he urged, his voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos. Lyra, though frightened, found comfort in Corin's protective presence. As the storm raged on, Lyra began to hum a soothing melody, a song of calm that seemed to weave through the turbulent air, gradually softening the storm's roar. Corin listened, his heart swelling with admiration for her courage and grace. When the storm finally subsided, the forest was transformed, the ground strewn with fallen petals and the air fresh with the scent of renewal. Exhausted but safe, Corin and Lyra emerged from their shelter, their bond strengthened by the ordeal. In the days that followed, as they continued their exploration, Corin found himself growing more attuned to the gentle rhythms of Lumina, his movements more fluid, his understanding deepening. Lyra, in turn, learned to appreciate the resilience and strength that Corin brought from Pharos, realizing that wisdom could take many forms. On the day of Corin's departure, the Luminites gathered to bid him farewell, their glows a harmonious tapestry of colors. Lyra stood beside him, her light a soft, golden glow of gratitude and friendship. "Thank you for being my guide," Corin said, his voice warm with emotion. "I will carry the light of Lumina with me, always." "And I," Lyra replied, her eyes shining like twin moons, "will cherish the strength and friendship you have shared with us." As Corin's ship ascended into the starry expanse, he looked down at the glowing world below, feeling a profound connection to the gentle souls he was leaving behind. He realized that despite their differences, he and Lyra had found a true friendship, one built on understanding, respect, and the shared challenges they had overcome together. And so, in the vastness of the universe, among countless stars and worlds, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the distances between their planets, lighting their paths with the warmth of shared hearts. Story 17. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a tiny shop known as the Curiosity Corner. This shop was a haven for those with a penchant for the peculiar, filled with trinkets and treasures that seemed to pulse with untold stories. Its owner, a kindly old man named Mr. Waverly, was known for his gentle smile and twinkling eyes that hinted at secrets only he knew. One chilly autumn afternoon, a young girl named Mira found herself wandering through the village square, her imagination as wild and colorful as the leaves that danced around her feet. Mira was a curious soul, always eager to explore and uncover the world's hidden wonders. As she peered through the frosted window of the Curiosity Corner, something caught her eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box, sitting unassumingly on a dusty shelf. Unable to resist the pull of the mysterious box, Mira stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of aged books and the faint aroma of lavender. Soft light glowed from lanterns strategically placed around the room, casting warm shadows that seemed to move with the flickering flames. "Ah, Mira," Mr. Waverly greeted her warmly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I see you've found something that interests you." Mira nodded, her eyes never leaving the box. "What's inside?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of breaking the spell of the moment. Mr. Waverly chuckled softly. "That, my dear, is a wonderment box," he explained. "It's said to reveal the hidden magic within ordinary things, but it only opens for those with a heart pure and open to possibilities." Intrigued and a little skeptical, Mira reached for the box. As her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a gentle warmth seep into her skin, like a cozy blanket on a winter's night. Slowly the lid creaked open, and inside was a single shimmering feather, iridescent with colors that shifted like a rainbow caught in a sunbeam. "Is this magic?" Mira breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "In a way," Mr. Waverly replied, nodding. "That feather holds the power to reveal the extraordinary in the everyday, but it requires a journey not of distance, but of the heart. And so, with the feathers safely tucked into her pocket, Mira embarked on her journey of discovery. As she wandered through Willowbrook, she began to see the village with new eyes. The babbling brook that wound its way through the village was no longer just water. It was a symphony of nature's music, each ripple a note in a harmonious melody. The towering oak tree that stood at the village's edge was not merely wood and leaves. It was a sentinel of time, its branches whispering tales of ages past. Along her journey, Mira met several companions, each adding their own color to her adventure. There was Pippa, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for mischief, whose laughter was as infectious as the morning sun. Then there was Nico, a wise old tortoise who moved with deliberate grace, his shell a tapestry of stories etched in every scuff and scratch. And finally there was Clara, a gentle doe with eyes as soft as velvet, who guided Mira with a steady and comforting presence. Together they encountered a challenge, a thick, swirling mist that descended upon the village, obscuring paths and causing confusion. The villagers, unable to find their way, grew anxious and afraid. But Mira, with her newfound vision and the guidance of her friends, understood that the mist was not a foe to be fought, but a riddle to be solved. Sitting quietly, she listened to the whispers of the mist, the way it caressed the world around it. With Pippa's enthusiasm, Nico's wisdom, and Clara's gentle guidance, Mira deciphered the mist's language, a language of patience and perception, of seeing beyond what was visible. Sometimes, Mira mused aloud, we need to close our eyes to truly see. With that insight, she led the villagers through the fog, using the sound of the brook and the feel of the familiar cobblestones beneath their feet as their guide. Slowly, the mist began to lift, revealing a world not dimmed by fear, but illuminated by understanding. As the village returned to its usual bustle, Mira felt a warmth in her heart, a warmth that echoed the magic of the wonderment box. She realized that the journey had changed her. She had discovered not just the magic in the world, but the strength and wisdom within herself. Returning to the curiosity corner, Mira placed the feather back in its box, closing the lid with a gentle click. "Thank you," she said to Mr. Waverly, her voice filled with gratitude and a hint of farewell. Mr. Waverly smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Remember, Mira," he said softly, "the true magic lies in seeing the world with the heart." And so, with a heart full of wonder and new friendships, Mira returned home, the crackling fire in her hearth mirroring the warmth she felt within. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the world was indeed a place of extraordinary secrets, waiting patiently for those who dared to see them. In the gentle embrace of night, Willowbrook slept, cradled in the soft glow of the moon, where dreams and magic danced hand in hand, weaving tales of discovery and wonder. Story 18. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds upon a velvet cloak, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Zorax. Its skies were painted with swirling hues of lavender and gold, and the air carried the gentle scent of sweet blossoms drifting from the ubiquitous glowflowers that dotted its landscape. On this planet lived a solitary creature named Nyx, a diminutive being whose skin glowed softly with the same luminescence as the flowers. Nyx was a Zoraxian, known for their wisdom and gentle nature, though they were often misunderstood by outsiders due to their tendency for quiet reflection. Nyx spent many nights under the twin moons, whispering wishes into the starlit sky, yearning for companionship and understanding. Far away, on a planet called Vorten, lived a creature named Brachus, a towering being with a hide as tough as steel and eyes that gleamed like polished onyx. Vortanians were renowned for their strength and resilience, characteristics that, while admirable, often made them appear intimidating and unapproachable. Yet beneath his formidable exterior, Brachus harbored a heart as tender as the first blush of dawn, longing for a friend who would see beyond his physical might. As fate would weave its tapestry, a cosmic event known as the Celestial Confluence brought these two disparate worlds into alignment. It was during this rare alignment that a shimmering portal opened, connecting the lush meadows of Zorax with the rugged plains of Vorten. Nyx, ever curious and hopeful, ventured through the portal, driven by an inexplicable pull towards the unknown. Brachus, on the other side, was equally drawn to the portal, his heart thrumming with the promise of discovery. As he stepped through, the air shimmered around him, and he found himself standing amidst the glow flowers of Zorax, their gentle light reflecting in his eyes. It was here that Brachus and Nyx first met, beneath the gentle gaze of the twin moons. Their initial encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Brachus, eager to greet Nyx, roared a Vortanian greeting, a sound that echoed like thunder across the meadow. Nyx, startled by the sudden noise, retreated behind a cluster of flowers, their glow dimming with apprehension. Sensing Nyx's fear, Brachus softened his stance, lowering himself to the ground in a gesture of peace, his eyes conveying a silent apology. Nyx, peeking cautiously from their hiding place, noticed the sincerity in Brachus's eyes and felt a flicker of courage. Stepping forward, Nyx extended a hand, the glow of their skin illuminating the space between them. Brachus, understanding the gesture, gently touched Nyx's hand with his massive paw, careful not to overwhelm the delicate Zoraxian. In that moment, a bond was forged, fragile yet resilient, like a spider's web glistening with morning dew. Despite their differences, they found comfort in each other's presence, their hearts resonating with an unspoken understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Nyx and Brachus explored the wonders of Zorax together, sharing tales of their worlds and learning from one another. They discovered that despite their contrasting appearances and cultures, their hearts yearned for the same things: friendship, understanding, and a sense of belonging. One evening, as they sat beside a serene lake that mirrored the heavens above, a challenge presented itself. A sudden disturbance rippled through the air, and a swarm of shadowflies, creatures that thrived in darkness and chaos, descended upon the land, intent on extinguishing the glow flowers that sustained Zorax's light and life. Panic spread among the creatures of Zorax, their soft glows flickering with fear. Nyx and Brachus knew they had to act swiftly to protect the delicate balance of the planet. Together, they devised a plan that combined their strengths: Nyx's ability to channel the energy of the glow flowers, and Brachus's formidable presence to drive away the shadowflies. As the swarm approached, Nyx stood at the heart of the meadow, drawing upon the light of the flowers to create a barrier of luminescence. Brachus, standing guard, unleashed a mighty roar, its sound waves rippling through the air, scattering the shadowflies into disarray. The creatures, confused and overwhelmed by the radiant light and thunderous sound, retreated into the night. The land was safe once more, its glow restored, and the creatures of Zorax gathered around Nyx and Brachus, their gratitude shining bright. It was in this shared victory that Nyx and Brachus truly understood the depth of their friendship. They had faced darkness together, and in doing so had illuminated the true strength of their bond. As the celestial alignment waned and the portal began to close, Brachus knew he must return to Vorten, but not without a promise. He knelt before Nyx, his eyes reflecting the starlight, and vowed that no matter the distance between their worlds, their friendship would endure, as timeless as the stars themselves. Nyx, heart full, watched as Brachus stepped through the portal, taking with him the warmth of their shared memories. And though the portal shimmered shut, leaving only a gentle breeze in its wake, Nyx felt not loss, but a profound sense of belonging, knowing that true friendship transcends even the vastness of space. Under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Nyx whispered a silent wish of gratitude into the night. The glow flowers swayed gently, their luminescence a testament to the enduring light of friendship, a light that would forever connect the hearts of those who dared to see beyond the stars. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a forest primeval, where twisted roots intertwined with the very fabric of the earth, a world of enchantment thrived. Here the whispers of ancient trees mingled with the melodies of babbling brooks, and the scent of wildflowers danced on the gentle breeze. At the heart of this verdant realm lived a community of forest dwellers, creatures bound to the rhythms of nature. Among them was Willow, a wise old oak tree whose branches had seen countless seasons come and go. Willow was the guardian of the forest's secrets, and her bark bore the scars of countless tales etched by time. She watched over the delicate balance of life, ensuring that each living being, from the smallest insect to the mightiest creature, played its part in the intricate tapestry of the woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to burnished gold and crimson, Willow's branches rustled with the arrival of her dear friends. Flutter, a tiny hummingbird with iridescent feathers, alighted on a sturdy bough, her wings a blur of emerald and sapphire. Beside her, Mosscap, a gentle toadstool with a cap the color of forest moss, swayed in the breeze. "Dear Willow," Flutter chirped, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells, "the air grows colder, and the world around us prepares for slumber. What wisdom can you impart to us as we navigate the changing seasons?" Willow's ancient bark creaked as she settled her roots, and her leaves rustled with the weight of ages. "My friends," she spoke in a voice as deep and rich as the earth itself, "the cycle of life is an intricate dance, and each season brings its own magic." As if on cue, a shimmering mist began to weave through the forest, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the whispers of ancient incantations. Mosscap's cap trembled with wonder as the mist swirled around them, and Flutter's wings stilled in reverence. "Behold," Willow continued, "the veil between our world and the realm of magic grows thin as autumn's chill embraces the land. This is the time when the forest's guardians gather to ensure the harmony of the coming winter." From the depths of the mist emerged a procession of creatures, each cloaked in the ethereal glow of enchantment. Sleek foxes with coats that shimmered like starlight trotted alongside graceful deer whose antlers seemed to be woven from the very branches of the trees. Owls with feathers that shone like polished obsidian soared overhead, their calls echoing through the misty veil. "Each of us has a role to play," Willow continued, her voice resonating with ancient wisdom. "The foxes guard the dens of slumbering creatures, ensuring their safety through the long winter months. The deer guide the forest's herds to sheltered glades, where they may rest and regain their strength. And the owls, with their keen sight, keep watch over the woodland realm, their vigilant eyes ever vigilant for any threat that may disrupt the delicate balance." Flutter and Mosscap listened, enraptured, as Willow wove her tale, her words painting vivid pictures of the hidden lives that thrived within the forest's embrace. "And what of us, dear Willow?" Flutter asked, her tiny voice trembling with anticipation. Willow's bark creaked in a gentle laugh. "Why, my dear Flutter, you and your kin play a vital role in ensuring the continuation of life itself. As the world around us slumbers, you will seek out the warmth of distant lands, carrying with you the seeds of renewal. And you, Mosscap, and your kindred fungi will nourish the soil with your spores, preparing the earth for the vibrant rebirth to come." A sense of profound reverence settled over the forest as Willow's words washed over them like a gentle rain. The mist swirled and danced, carrying with it the echoes of ancient melodies, and the very air seemed to hum with the magic of the changing seasons. "Remember, my friends," Willow said, her voice a soothing balm, "though the world may appear to slumber, life ever continues, guided by the unseen forces that bind us all together. Embrace the wisdom of the cycles, and trust in the harmony that has sustained our forest for ages untold." As the mist slowly dissipated, revealing the golden tapestry of autumn once more, Flutter and Mosscap exchanged a knowing glance. They understood in that moment the profound beauty and interconnectedness of all living things, and their hearts swelled with gratitude for the ancient wisdom Willow had shared. And so, as the seasons turned and the world around them drifted into its winter slumber, the forest dwellers embraced their roles, each playing their part in the intricate dance of life. For in this enchanted realm, where magic and nature intertwined, the wisdom of the ages flowed like the sap in Willow's veins, ensuring that the delicate balance would be preserved for generations to come. Story 20. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering lakes, there stood a small, unassuming shop. Its wooden sign, painted with faded letters, read, "The Peculiar Emporium." This shop was filled with items that seemed ordinary at first glance, shelves lined with teapots, clocks, and dusty books. But if one looked closely, they would notice a glimmer of magic woven into the very fabric of each item. One early morning, as the sun began to spill its golden light across the cobblestone streets, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes always wide with wonder, and her heart open to the mysteries of the world. Today she was drawn to the shop by a feeling she couldn't quite explain, as if a gentle tug from an unseen thread was guiding her. As Lila stepped inside, the comforting scent of lavender and aged paper enveloped her, and she felt an immediate sense of belonging. The shopkeeper, a kind old man named Mr. Whittle, greeted her with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Good morning, young explorer," he said in a voice as smooth as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble shop today?" "I'm not sure," Lila replied, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Something called me here." Mr. Whittle chuckled softly and gestured to the shelves around them. "Perhaps you're meant to find something special today. Take your time. Let the items speak to you." Lila nodded and began to wander through the aisles, her fingers brushing against the objects as she passed. She paused in front of a shelf where a small, intricately carved wooden box caught her eye. It was adorned with delicate vines and tiny blossoms, almost as if it were a piece of nature itself. Drawn to the box, Lila carefully lifted it and heard a faint, melodious hum emanating from within. She opened the lid, revealing a simple yet beautifully made compass. Unlike any she had seen before, its needle glowed with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse gently with each beat of her heart. Mr. Whittle appeared at her side, nodding knowingly. "Ah, you found the compass of whimsy. It doesn't point north, you see. It shows the way to where you need to be, not where you expect to go." Lila's eyes widened with awe. "Where does it lead?" "That, my dear, is for you to discover," Mr. Whittle replied with a twinkle in his eye. With a nod of understanding, Lila thanked the shopkeeper and left the emporium, clutching the compass close to her chest. As she stepped outside, the needle began to spin slowly, then settled, pointing toward the edge of the village where the woods began. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She started her journey, following the compass's gentle guidance. The path led her through fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their sweet fragrance lingering in the air like a soft embrace. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Birds chirped a cheerful symphony, and the rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the ancient trees. Lila felt a comforting presence around her, as if the forest itself was a companion on her journey. Along the way she met a wise old tortoise named Oliver, who was slowly making his way across the path. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of long-forgotten times. "Hello, little one," Oliver greeted her with a slow, gentle voice. "Where does your compass lead you?" "To a place I'm meant to be," Lila replied, showing him the magical compass. Oliver nodded sagely. "Then you must be seeking the heart of the forest. It's a place of great magic and mystery, where answers are found not with force, but with understanding." Intrigued, Lila asked if Oliver would join her, and he agreed with a nod, pleased to have a companion. Together, they continued through the forest, sharing stories and laughter, the bond of friendship growing between them like the vines that wove through the trees. As the day wore on, they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood an ancient, towering oak tree, its branches stretching skyward as if to embrace the stars. The compass needle pointed unwaveringly to its base. "This is the heart of the forest," Oliver murmured, a note of reverence in his voice. Lila approached the tree, her heart filled with a sense of peace and purpose. She noticed a hollow at the base of the trunk, and inside a small, luminous stone rested, pulsating with a gentle light similar to the compass. Understanding dawned upon her. This was not a treasure to be claimed, but a gift of wisdom to be shared. She placed her hand over the stone, closing her eyes, and let the warmth of its magic flow through her. In that moment, Lila felt a deep connection to the world around her. She understood that true magic lay not in objects, but in the bonds and understanding we forge with others. The journey was as important as the destination, and kindness and wisdom were the keys to unlocking the mysteries of life. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the heart of the forest for its gift. She and Oliver sat for a while beneath the great oak, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, feeling the comforting embrace of the forest around them. When it was time to return, Lila knew she was not the same girl who had entered the forest that morning. She had discovered a new strength within herself, a gentle wisdom that would guide her through the adventures yet to come. As she and Oliver made their way back to the village, the compass nestled safely in her pocket, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that wherever life led her, she would carry the magic of the journey in her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lila and her wise friend walked the path home, leaving behind a trail of friendship and wonder that would linger in the heart of the forest forevermore. Story 21. In a far-flung corner of the universe, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet night, there existed a small planet known as Luminara. It was a place where the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming star lilies, and the gentle hum of glowing fireflies filled the twilight. On this tranquil world lived a gentle creature named Leora, whose skin mirrored the silvery sheen of the moon and whose eyes sparkled like the morning dew. Leora was known for her kind heart and her love for the creatures of the forest, tending to them with care and compassion. Yet despite her nurturing nature, Leora often felt a quiet loneliness, yearning for a friend who could truly understand her. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora heard a peculiar sound, a soft thud followed by an unusual whirring. Curiosity piqued, she followed the noise to a clearing, where she found a peculiar sight, a small metallic spacecraft nestled among the ferns, its exterior glistening under the fading light. From the craft emerged a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a being from the distant planet of Zephyra, known as Eris. Eris's skin was a deep shade of emerald, and his eyes glowed with a warm amber light. He was a traveler, a seeker of knowledge and adventure, and his unexpected landing had been the result of a slight miscalculation in his navigational systems. At first, Leora and Eris regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their differences were stark. Eris's mechanical wings clinked softly as he moved, and Leora's gentle footsteps barely disturbed the earth. Yet there was an unspoken understanding between them, a recognition of shared solitude. "Hello," Leora offered, her voice gentle as the evening breeze. "Welcome to Luminara. May I help you?" Eris nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Thank you. My name is Eris, and it seems I've found myself stranded here for the time being." As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Eris found themselves spending more time together. They wandered through the luminous forests, where the leaves rustled like whispers in the night, sharing stories of their worlds. Leora spoke of the gentle glow of the Luminara moons, while Eris recounted tales of Zephyra's vibrant crystal gardens that sang with the wind. Despite their growing friendship, there were moments of misunderstanding. Leora, used to the quiet harmony of her world, sometimes found Eris's enthusiasm overwhelming. Eris, eager to explore and learn, occasionally overlooked the tranquility Leora cherished. Yet each misunderstanding became a stepping stone, teaching them the value of patience and empathy. One evening, as they sat by a babbling brook under a sky sprinkled with stars, Eris spoke, his voice tinged with gratitude. "Leora, I've traveled to many places, but I've never felt such peace as I do here. Your kindness has been a balm to my weary spirit." Leora smiled, her heart warmed by his words. "And you, Eris, have shown me the beauty of adventure and the joy of sharing stories with a true friend." Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. When a fierce storm swept across Luminara, threatening the forest creatures, Eris and Leora worked side by side, sheltering the animals and repairing the damage. In those moments of shared purpose, they discovered the strength of their friendship, a connection that transcended their differences. As the storm clouds parted and the stars emerged once more, Eris's spacecraft was finally repaired. The time had come for him to continue his journey. Yet as he prepared to leave, a gentle sadness lingered in the air. "I'll miss you, Leora," Eris said softly, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And I you, dear Eris," Leora replied, her voice a tender melody. But their parting was not an end, for they knew their friendship would endure across the vast expanse of space. As Eris's ship rose into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light, Leora watched with a heart full of gratitude, knowing that their unlikely companionship had taught her the true meaning of friendship. And so, in the quiet embrace of Luminara's night, Leora whispered a wish to the stars, a wish for her friends' safe travels, and the hope that their paths would one day cross again. With that, she turned back to her forest, her heart aglow with the warmth of the friendship they had shared, a warmth that would light her way through all her days. Story 22. In the heart of the ancient everwood forest, where time seemed to pause and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a community of creatures whose lives unfolded in quiet harmony with the seasons. The sun filtered through the dense canopy in golden shafts, casting a warm glow on the forest floor, where mosses grew thick and soft as the finest velvet. Gentle breezes whispered secrets through the leaves, and the symphony of rustling branches and the distant call of a lone owl filled the air. Among this symphony of life, there was a gentle doe named Mirabelle, whose coat shimmered like autumn leaves in the waning sunlight. She moved with the grace of a falling leaf, her eyes reflecting the deep wisdom of the forest. Mirabelle was the keeper of stories, a role passed down through generations of her family, entrusted with the tales of the forest and the knowledge of the natural world. One crisp morning, as the shadows of dawn stretched long across the woodland, Mirabelle gathered the young creatures of the forest at the base of the ancient great oak, whose branches reached up as if trying to touch the sky. The children of the forest settled around her, rabbits with ears twitching in anticipation, foxes with tails curled around them like fiery scarves, and birds flitting from branch to branch above, eager to hear the tales of old. "Today," began Mirabelle, her voice as soft as the murmur of the brook that wound its way through the forest, "I will tell you about the dance of the seasons, and how each brings its own magic to our home." The creatures leaned closer, their eyes wide with wonder, as Mirabelle began her tale. Long ago, when the world was still young and the stars were closer than they are now, the seasons were not as we know them. Each season was governed by a spirit, and these spirits were the guardians of the forest, ensuring that life thrived in perfect balance. The spirit of spring, Mirabelle explained, was a joyful, lively being who painted the earth in a riot of colors. Flowers unfurled their petals in her wake, and the streams frolicked with renewed vigor, their waters clear and cold as the morning dew. The animals would leave their winter shelters, drawn by the promise of new beginnings and the abundance of life. But spring was also a time of delicate balance, Mirabelle reminded her listeners. For too much rain could drown the tender shoots, and too little would leave the earth parched. It was a time when the forest learned the importance of moderation and care. As her voice wove through the forest, the listeners could almost feel the gentle warmth of a spring sun upon their fur and feathers, and the scent of blooming wildflowers seemed to fill the air. Then came the spirit of summer, Mirabelle continued, her eyes sparkling like the sunlight dancing on a lazy brook. Summer was a time of strength and growth. The days were long and the nights warm, and the forest was alive with the hum of activity. But with the heat came the risk of fire, and so summer taught us the value of vigilance and respect for the forces of nature. Her words conjured images of endless blue skies and the sweet, sticky taste of ripe berries, the air thick with the fragrance of honeysuckle and the sound of bees industriously gathering nectar. Autumn followed, draped in robes of gold and crimson, Mirabelle said, her voice growing soft and contemplative. The spirit of autumn was a wise, gentle soul who prepared the forest for the coming cold. Leaves fell like a patchwork quilt upon the earth, and the creatures gathered their stores with gratitude for the bounty they had received. Autumn taught us the importance of preparation and gratitude. The listeners imagined the crisp, cool air of an autumn evening, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the sight of squirrels busily burying acorns beneath the roots of ancient trees. Finally, Mirabelle said, her voice a gentle whisper, came winter, with its cloak of snow and icy breath. The spirit of winter was a quiet, introspective presence, a time for rest and reflection. The forest slept under a blanket of white, dreaming of the spring to come. Winter reminded us of the need for patience and the beauty of stillness. In their minds, the creatures saw the forest transformed into a serene winter wonderland, the snow glistening like a sea of diamonds under the pale moonlight, and the soft hush that enveloped the world as if it, too, were holding its breath. And so, Mirabelle concluded, the dance of the seasons continues, each one teaching us its own lessons, each one vital to the harmony of the forest. We must honor them, for they are a part of us, and we are a part of them. The young creatures sat in thoughtful silence, the lessons of the forest echoing in their hearts. They understood now that they were not merely inhabitants of the Everwood, but its caretakers, bound by the same rhythms that guided the sun and stars. As the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mirabelle led the creatures back to their homes. The forest was a place of peace and promise, a tapestry woven with the threads of time and the wisdom of ages. In the gentle embrace of the night, the creatures of the Everwood drifted into slumber, their dreams intertwined with the songs of the seasons, safe in the knowledge that they were part of something timeless and beautiful. And as the first stars appeared in the velvet sky, it seemed as if the forest itself was whispering a lullaby, a promise that the dance of the seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring harmony of nature's wondrous world. Story 23. In a quaint village nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms, there lived a young girl named Lila. She had a curious mind and a heart as warm as the hearth in her grandmother's cottage. Lila spent her days wandering through the woods, listening to the stories carried on the breeze and learning the secrets of the forest. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila noticed something peculiar. The gentle glow of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily around the village at dusk, was absent. Instead, a strange stillness hung in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. With a furrowed brow and a spark of curiosity in her eyes, Layla decided to investigate. She donned her favorite cloak, woven with the softest wool and the color of midnight, and set off into the woods. Her grandmother watched from the doorway, her wise eyes twinkling with a mix of concern and pride. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the path was illuminated by the silvery light of the moon, casting gentle shadows that danced with every rustle of the leaves. The night was cool, and the air was laced with the scent of pine and earth. Lila's footsteps were a soft whisper on the mossy ground, and she listened intently for any sign of the missing fireflies. Suddenly, she heard a faint, melodic chirping. It was a sound she had never heard before, like a song sung by the stars themselves. Following the enchanting melody, Lila soon found herself at the edge of a small clearing. There, perched upon a moss-covered log, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a small, feathery creature with wings that shimmered like the surface of a sunlit pond. Its eyes were bright and curious, and it chirped a greeting as Lila approached. In a voice as soft as a summer breeze, the creature introduced itself as Fennel, a guardian of the forest and a friend to all creatures, great and small. Lila explained the mystery of the missing fireflies, and Fennel listened intently, nodding its tiny head. "Ah, yes," the creature said. "I believe I know what has happened. There is a wise old owl named Oswald who resides at the heart of the forest. He is known to be a keeper of secrets, and he may hold the answer you seek." With a new sense of purpose, Lila thanked Fennel and set off towards the heart of the forest, guided by the creature's directions. The path wound like a ribbon through the trees, each step taking her deeper into the embrace of the woods. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. She heard the gentle rustle of leaves as a family of rabbits scurried by, and the soft hoot of an owl somewhere high above her. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the distant sound of a babbling brook, creating a symphony of nature that soothed her soul. Eventually, Lila arrived at a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Perched upon one of the lower branches was Oswald, a majestic owl with feathers the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. "Good evening, young one." Oswald greeted her, his voice deep and resonant. "What brings you to my corner of the forest?" Lila explained the mystery of the absent fireflies, and Oswald listened with a thoughtful expression. "Ah, the fireflies," he mused. "It seems their glow has been dimmed by a misunderstanding. You see, a mischievous sprite by the name of Thistle has been playing tricks, casting tiny shadows over their lights." "But why would Thistle do such a thing?" Lila asked, perplexed. "Thistle is a playful spirit," Oswald explained, But sometimes his games get out of hand. He means no harm, but he forgets that his actions can have consequences. With Oswald's guidance, Lila set out to find Thistle and resolve the misunderstanding. The owl directed her to a nearby glade where the sprite was known to frequent. Along the way, the forest seemed to whisper encouragement to her, the trees swaying gently as if to cheer her on. At last, Lila reached the glade and found Thistle, a tiny sprite with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled mischievously. He was flitting about, giggling as he cast small shadows with a wave of his hand. "Thistle," Lila called gently, "may I speak with you?" The sprite paused mid-flight, looking at her with curiosity. "Of course, dear Lila. What brings you here?" Lila explained the situation, and Thistle's eyes widened with realization. "Oh dear," he said, fluttering down to sit on a nearby mushroom. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was just having some fun." Lila smiled kindly. "I know you didn't mean any harm, Thistle, but perhaps there's another way you can play without dimming the firefly's glow." Thistle nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Perhaps I could use my shadows to create little puppet shows for the animals instead. That way, everyone can enjoy the fun." With the problem resolved, Thistle promised to restore the firefly's light and use his magic in more thoughtful ways. Lila thanked him and made her way back through the forest, her heart light with the satisfaction of a mystery solved and a friendship forged. As she emerged from the woods, the village was aglow with the soft, twinkling lights of the fireflies once more. The villagers, unaware of the night's adventure, marveled at the beauty of the evening, and Lila's grandmother welcomed her home with a warm embrace. That night, as Lila lay tucked in her bed, she listened to the gentle hum of the fireflies outside her window and the soothing rustle of the trees. With a contented sigh, she drifted off to sleep, knowing that the forest and all its wonders were safe and sound. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the creatures, both magical and mundane, went about their lives, guided by the gentle wisdom of a young girl and her newfound friends. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a land nestled between the shimmering Asphodel Mountains and the whispering Willow Wood, lay the quaint village of Thistledown. This charming hamlet was known for its cobblestone streets lined with fragrant honeysuckle, and its cottages with thatched roofs that seemed to sag under the weight of countless seasons. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, a golden glow enveloped the village, casting long shadows that danced like playful sprites. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Lila was known for her curious nature and her gentle heart. She was the type of child who could find wonder in a caterpillar's crawl or delight in the soft rustle of leaves. Her best friend was a tabby cat named Whiskers, who followed her everywhere with a lazy grace and a purr that could soothe even the most troubled soul. One crisp autumn evening, as Lila sat by the window of her cozy room, sipping on warm chamomile tea, she noticed something peculiar. The moon, usually a comforting beacon in the night sky, was missing. Instead, a faint silvery mist hovered where it should have been, casting an unusual glow over the village. Puzzled, Lila decided to investigate this strange occurrence. The following morning, armed with a notebook, a pencil, and Whiskers perched on her shoulder, Lila set out to solve the mystery of the missing moon. The village was buzzing with unusual activity. The baker, known for his delectable cinnamon buns, was absent-mindedly kneading dough, while the blacksmith's hammer clanged out an uneven rhythm. "I've never seen anything like it," said Mrs. Hargrove, the village librarian, as she tidied the books on the shelves. "The moon simply vanished, and I've been having the oddest dreams ever since." Lila listened carefully, jotting down notes in her book. She noticed that everyone seemed slightly out of sorts, as if the absence of the moon had cast a drowsy spell over them. Determined to uncover the truth, Lila decided to visit the Willow Wood, where she hoped to find someone who might have an explanation. The woods were a place of magic and mystery, where the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Lila encountered a wise old owl perched on a gnarled oak. His eyes, like two amber lanterns, blinked slowly as he regarded her with curiosity. "Good evening, young one," the owl hooted softly. What brings you to the heart of the Willow Wood? Lila explained the mystery of the missing moon and the strange effect it had on the village. The owl listened intently, nodding his head sagely. Ah, the moon, he mused. It is a guardian of dreams and tide, a beacon for those who wander in the night. Its absence is indeed troubling. Do you know what could have happened to it? Lila asked eagerly. The owl pondered for a moment before speaking. There are stories, whispers really, of mischief managed by the woodland sprites. They are playful creatures, known to borrow things of beauty without asking. Perhaps they have taken the moon for their own amusement. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila thanked the owl and headed towards the heart of the woods, where the woodland sprites were said to dwell. As she walked, the path became a tapestry of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot, while Whiskers leapt ahead, his tail high with excitement. Soon, Lila arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, even though the sky above remained empty. There, she found the woodland sprites, tiny beings with wings like spun glass and hair like wisps of cloud, gathered around a glowing orb that pulsed with a gentle light. "Excuse me," Lila called out, her voice as warm as the sunlit meadow. "I believe you have something that belongs to the night sky." The sprites turned, their eyes wide with surprise. One of them, with a voice like tinkling bells, fluttered forward. "We did not mean any harm," she said. "We found the moon so beautiful, we wished to see it up close." Lila smiled, understanding their curiosity. "The moon is indeed beautiful, but it belongs in the sky, guiding dreamers and lighting the night. Would you help me return it?" The sprites nodded eagerly, their wings shimmering with hues of dawn and dusk. Together they lifted the glowing orb and with a gentle toss released it into the night. It soared upward, trailing stardust like a comet, until it nestled back in its rightful place among the stars. As the moon's silvery light washed over the village once more, the air seemed to hum with a newfound energy. The villagers awoke from their dreamy haze, casting off the spell of forgetfulness. Lila returned to Thistledown with Whiskers by her side, greeted by the grateful smiles of her neighbors. The baker's cinnamon buns were once again the talk of the village, and the blacksmith's hammer sang a rhythmic tune. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through her window, she felt a warmth in her heart. She had learned that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries lay not in solving puzzles alone, but in understanding and kindness. With this comforting thought, Leela drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing the moon would watch over her dreams until the morning light kissed the world awake once more. And so, in the village of Thistledown, life continued with its gentle rhythms, under the watchful gaze of the moon, ever bright and ever kind. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees shivered with secrets, and the air was always filled with the scent of pine and honeysuckle, there was a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The village was a haven of warmth and laughter, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages that looked as if they had grown right out of the earth. It was a place where everyone knew each other, and the days passed in gentle harmony until the peculiar happenings began. One crisp autumn morning, as the villagers awoke to a world painted in hues of amber and gold, they discovered something unusual. The beloved village clock, which had stood in the square for generations, its hands ticking faithfully under the watchful eye of the moon and sun, had stopped. Its hands were frozen at midnight, casting long shadows in the early morning light. The villagers gathered around the clock, their breath visible in the cool air, murmuring in quiet concern. It wasn't like the clock to stop. It was as much a part of the village as the ancient oak that stood beside it. They looked to the wise old owl, Archimedes, who perched high in the branches of the oak, his eyes as round and deep as the night sky. Archimedes, with feathers that shimmered like silver in the morning light, was known for his wisdom. He blinked slowly, his head tilting thoughtfully. "Perhaps," he suggested in his deep, mellow voice, "what we need is a pair of keen eyes and a curious mind to uncover the mystery." In the crowd was a young girl named Lila. She was known for her bright eyes and quick smile, as well as her insatiable curiosity. She stepped forward, her cheeks rosy from the chill. "I can help," she offered eagerly, her voice filled with determination. "I've always wanted to solve a mystery." The villagers nodded in agreement, placing their trust in Lila's capable hands. With Archimedes as her guide, she set off on her quest, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Lila decided to begin her search at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the forest met the village. The woods were known for their gentle magic, a place where the leaves whispered songs and the streams sang lullabies. As she walked, the leaves crunched underfoot, and the crisp air was alive with the scent of earth and wood smoke. As she ventured deeper, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, she found a peculiar sight, a gathering of woodland creatures, all huddled together as if in deep conversation. There were rabbits with fur soft as velvet, squirrels with bushy tails twitching in anticipation, and even a fox whose eyes twinkled with mischief. "Hello," Lila greeted them warmly, kneeling down to their level. "Have any of you seen anything unusual in the woods? Our village clock has stopped, and I'm trying to find out why." The animals exchanged glances, and finally the fox, whose name was Finn, stepped forward. "We did notice something odd," he said with a sly grin. "Last night there was a strange light flickering through the trees, like a firefly dance but much brighter." "A light?" Lila repeated, intrigued. "Can you show me where?" Finn nodded and led Lila through the forest, the other animals following close behind. They weaved between trees and over roots until they reached a small, hidden grove. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, was a tiny, glowing orb pulsating softly with a warm, golden light. Lila crouched down, her eyes wide with wonder. "What is it?" she asked, reaching out cautiously. Archimedes, who had been silently observing from a branch above, fluttered down beside her. "Ah!" he hooted softly. "This is a wisp light, a magical creature that thrives in harmony and balance. It must have wandered too far from its home." "Could it be connected to the clock stopping?" Lila asked, her mind whirring with possibilities. The wise owl nodded. "Wisps are sensitive to disturbances in the world around them. Perhaps something is causing an imbalance." Lila pondered this, her fingers gently brushing the orb, feeling its warmth. "Then we need to help it find its way back," she said decisively. "Maybe that will restore the balance and solve the mystery of the clock." With Finn and the other woodland creatures guiding her, Lila followed the gentle glow of the wisp light through the woods. They moved carefully, the forest alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, until they reached a serene, moonlit glade. In the center of the glade stood a circle of standing stones, ancient and mysterious, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. The wisp light pulsed excitedly, and Lila knew they had found the right place. "Here," Archimedes said, his voice a soft rumble. "This is where the wisp belongs. The stones are a gateway, a bridge between worlds." With gentle hands, Lila placed the wisp light at the center of the stone circle. It shimmered brightly, casting a warm glow that enveloped the glade in a comforting embrace. Slowly, the light dimmed, and the wisp vanished, its presence lingering like a fond memory. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, Lila and her companions made their way back to the village. To their delight, they found the clock ticking merrily once more, its hands moving with renewed purpose. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with joy and gratitude. Lila was hailed as a hero, her heart swelling with pride and happiness. She had solved the mystery and restored balance to their world. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the stars twinkled brightly in the sky, and the whispering woods sang softly, a lullaby of gratitude and harmony. Lila lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside her window, her heart at ease. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the warmth of friendship and the glow of newfound wisdom, Willow Hollow returned to its gentle rhythm, a place where magic and wonder danced hand in hand. And Lila, with dreams full of adventure, drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was a little brighter and all was well. Story 26. Whispers of the Starry Grove. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, there lay a grove unlike any other. This grove was said to be enchanted, imbued with the magic of 1,000 stars that fell and nestled among the roots, bathing the area in a gentle, celestial glow. It was here that our story begins, where the air was always sweet with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, and the ground was soft with moss that glimmered like emeralds under the moonlight. In this serene haven lived a kind-hearted girl named Leora, whose eyes sparkled like the very stars that watched over her home. Leora had a gift, an ability to understand the whispers of the forest. She could hear the rustle of leaves sharing secrets, the gentle babble of brooks conversing with stones, and the songs of birds weaving tales of lands far beyond. Her days were filled with wonder, exploring the woods with her little companion, a squirrel named Nutmeg, who was as curious and adventurous as she. One evening, as the sky deepened into shades of indigo and the first stars began to twinkle, Leora felt a strange tug at her heart. It was as if the forest itself was calling her with urgency. She followed the feeling, with Nutmeg scampering at her side until she reached the starry grove. Here, the starlight was brighter than ever before, casting a silver luminescence that seemed to dance upon the leaves, and the air hummed with anticipation. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching out like wise old arms. Nestled within its roots was a stone of peculiar beauty, shimmering with an inner light. Leora had seen it before, but tonight it seemed to pulse with energy, as if eager to share its secrets. As she approached, the stone began to glow brighter, and Leora felt a warmth spread through her fingertips as she reached out to touch it. As her hand made contact, a gentle voice filled her mind, as soothing as a lullaby. "Dear Leora," it whispered, "the time has come for you to embark on a journey that will reveal to you the wonders beyond these woods and the true depth of your heart." Leora's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. She had never ventured beyond the edges of her beloved forest, and the thought of leaving filled her with both anticipation and a touch of fear. Yet the stone's warmth reassured her, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. Before she could voice her thoughts, the stone revealed an image in her mind, a hidden world nestled deep within the forest, where magic thrived and mysteries abounded. This place, known only as the Starry Hollow, was said to hold the answers to the most profound questions of the heart and the universe. It was a realm untouched by time, where the night sky was always clear, and the stars whispered their ancient wisdom. Determined to uncover the secrets of the Starry Hollow, Leora set out at first light, with Nutmeg perched on her shoulder. The path was not easy, for it twisted and turned, shrouded by thick canopies and veils of mist. Yet Leora pressed on, guided by the whispers of the forest and the flicker of light that danced just out of reach, leading her forward. As the journey unfolded, Leora encountered many wonders. She met a shy fox with fur as silken as moonlight, who showed her the hidden paths that only the creatures of the forest knew. She befriended a wise old owl, whose eyes held the reflections of countless stars, and who shared tales of the hidden world she sought. Each encounter taught her something new, and with each lesson she felt herself growing, her heart expanding with understanding and empathy. One evening, as the shadows grew long and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of dusk, Leora found herself at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The surface was so still it mirrored the sky perfectly, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and dew. Here she paused, feeling the weight of the journey and the beauty of the world around her. As she sat by the water's edge, Nutmeg curled up beside her, Leora reflected on all she had learned. She realized that the journey was as much about discovering the magic within herself as it was about finding the hidden world. Each friend she made, each challenge she overcame, had revealed a piece of her heart she never knew existed. With renewed resolve, Leora continued her journey, her steps lighter, her spirit buoyed by the wisdom she had gained. Finally, one starry night, she arrived at the entrance to the Starry Hollow. The air here was different, imbued with a kind of magic that tingled against her skin and filled her with awe. It was as if she had stepped into a dream, where the sky was a deep velvet tapestry and the stars sang a melody as ancient as time itself. As she entered the hollow, the world seemed to shift and shimmer around her. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling like jewels, and the ground beneath her feet felt alive, pulsing with energy. In the center of this enchanted place was a pool of water, so clear it seemed to hold the essence of the stars themselves. Kneeling by the pool, Leora gazed into its depths, her heart open and ready to receive the secrets it held. The water rippled, and images began to form, visions of distant lands and ancient times, of laughter and tears, of love and loss. Leora watched, entranced, as the past and future unfolded before her, revealing the intricate tapestry of life and the connections that bound all beings together. She saw herself, a thread woven into this tapestry, her journey a part of something much larger and more beautiful than she had ever imagined. As the visions faded, Leora felt a deep peace settle within her. She understood now that the magic she sought was not just in the hollow, but in every living thing, in every moment, and every breath. It was in the kindness of friends, the beauty of nature, and the courage to follow one's heart. With this newfound understanding, Leora rose, her spirit aglow with the light of 1,000 stars. She returned to her beloved woods, her heart full of gratitude and joy. Though the journey had ended, the lessons she learned would stay with her always, guiding her through the challenges and joys of life. And so, under the gentle gaze of the stars, Leora and Nutmeg made their way home, their hearts forever changed by the journey and the magic of the starry hollow. In the warmth of their friendship and the wisdom of the forest, they found a peace that would last for all their days. As they settled into their cozy home, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Leora knew that the whispers of the forest would always be with her, a reminder of the wonders she had seen and the magic that lived in her heart. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle slumber, the stars watching over her, whispering their timeless lullaby. Story 27. In a quaint village, nestled between the emerald folds of rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was a young woman with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of a twilight sky. Leora had always been content with the simple rhythm of life in the village, where the days were stitched together with the songs of sparrows and the rustle of the wind through the birch trees. Yet there was something within her that stirred restlessly, a tender yearning for something more, though she knew not what. Leora often found herself by the burbling brook that wove like a silver ribbon through the forest, dreaming of distant lands and untold stories. But change, with its unfamiliar face, was something she feared, for it might unravel the comforting tapestry of her world. One dusky evening, as the sky blushed with the farewell of the sun, Leora made her way to the heart of the forest. She walked along the path that twisted like a vine, her thoughts as tangled as the brambles that lined her way. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, grounding her as she ventured deeper into the woods. There, in a clearing bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the stars. It was said that this tree held magic within its gnarled trunk, a magic that could only be felt by those with open hearts. Leora approached it with a mixture of trepidation and hope. As she rested her palm against the rough bark, a warm hum vibrated through her fingertips, spreading up her arm and into her chest. The sensation filled her with a calm she hadn't known she needed. Suddenly a gentle voice, as soft as the rustling leaves, spoke to her from the depths of the tree. "Welcome, Leora," it whispered, its tone like a soothing lullaby. "You have come seeking change, though it frightens you. Know that change is not a storm to weather, but a breeze to dance with." Leora closed her eyes, letting the words sink into her soul. The tree continued. "Within you lies the power to transform, to grow as the seasons do. But first you must learn to trust in the rhythms of your heart." With each word, Leora felt lighter, as if the roots of her fears were being gently untangled from the soil of her soul. When she opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by tiny, glowing creatures flitting like will-o'-the-wisps. They were the tree's guardians, ethereal beings who tended to its magic. Among them was a kindly spirit named Finn, who shimmered with the soft glow of a lantern on a winter's night. With a twinkle in his eyes, he spoke, "We will help you on your journey, dear Leora. For in helping you, we too grow and learn." Finn introduced her to the other spirits, each possessing a unique gift. There was Mirren, with the voice of a gentle stream, who could weave dreams from moonbeams. Then there was Ira, whose laugh chimed like bells, capable of crafting light from the shadows. Together they formed a circle of friendship that enveloped Leora like a warm cloak. Days turned into weeks as Leora spent time with her new friends. Under their guidance, she learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to find beauty in the smallest of wonders, a dew-kissed spider web, or a single leaf dancing in the breeze. She discovered the joy of creation, painting the world with colors that reflected her dreams. With each passing day, Leora felt herself changing in ways she had never imagined. Her heart swelled with a newfound courage, a quiet strength that grew as sure as the sun rose each morning. She learned that to change was not to lose oneself, but to become more of what one was meant to be. The villagers began to notice the transformation in Leora. Her laughter now rang out like a melody, and her presence brought a gentle warmth that was as comforting as the first light of dawn. They came to her with their troubles, seeking her wisdom, for she had become as much a part of the forest's magic as the ancient oak itself. One day, as winter's breath whispered through the trees, Leora gathered her friends beneath the oak. The forest was hushed, wrapped in a blanket of snow that sparkled under the pale sun. She thanked them for their guidance, her heart full of gratitude and love. "You have taught me that change is a journey, not a destination," she said, her voice steady and sure, "that within each of us lies the power to grow, and that together we can weather any storm." Finn, with his luminous smile, replied, "And you, dear Leora, have taught us that the greatest magic of all is the magic of friendship and love." As the seasons cycled through their endless dance, Leora continued to grow, her spirit intertwined with the forest's eternal song. She had come to understand that change was a gentle unfolding, a quiet revelation that could be embraced with open arms and a willing heart. And so, in the heart of that enchanted forest, beneath the ancient oak, Leora found her place in the world, a place where magic and reality wove together in a tapestry of endless wonder. And every night, as the stars winked down from the velvet sky, she would tell stories of her journey, stories that danced on the wind and settled like soft snowflakes on the dreams of those she loved. In the end, Leora's story became part of the forest's own, a tale of transformation and discovery that whispered through the leaves and echoed in the hearts of all who heard it. And as the world turned, she found peace in the knowledge that true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, a journey she would walk, hand in hand with her friends, into the ever-unfolding dawn. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight threaded through a dense canopy of emerald leaves, there thrived a community of creatures so small and gentle that few humans ever noticed them. They were the Sylvans, keepers of the forest's deepest secrets, and guardians of its harmonious balance. Among them was a wise old owl named Eldwin, whose feathers shimmered like silver moonlight, and a sprightly squirrel named Tansy, with a coat the color of autumn leaves. The forest hummed with the soft symphony of life, where every rustle of leaf and murmur of stream contributed to a melody as old as the world itself. Here, the air was imbued with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, and the ground was a patchwork quilt of vibrant greens and browns, cushioned with fallen needles and soft loam. As the seasons changed, the Sylvans celebrated the mysteries of nature that unfolded around them. Spring arrived on the whisper of a gentle breeze, unfurling blossoms that painted the landscape with splashes of color. Summer followed, draping the forest in a golden warmth that turned every dewdrop into a diamond shimmering on the leaves. Eldwin, perched high in an ancient oak, watched over his woodland home with eyes that saw beyond the present. His voice, a soothing baritone, carried stories of past seasons and the wisdom of those who had walked the forest paths long before. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Tansy scampered up to Eldwin's perch. Her tiny paws were stained with the juice of ripe berries, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Eldwin," she chirped, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells, "tell me about the magic of the seasons. How does the forest change so beautifully?" Eldwin fluffed his feathers and gazed down at the inquisitive squirrel. "Ah, Tansy," he began, his voice like a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, "the magic of the seasons is a dance, a delicate balance orchestrated by the spirit of the forest. Each season brings its gifts and challenges, weaving a cycle that sustains all life here." As Eldwin spoke, the first chill of winter began to creep into the air, frosting the edges of leaves and glazing the forest floor with a delicate sheen of ice. The Sylvans busied themselves with preparations, storing food and thickening nests, for they knew well the lessons taught by their elders. That harmony with nature meant understanding and respecting its rhythms. Tansy listened intently, her heart swelling with admiration for the wisdom passed down through generations. "And what part do we play in this dance?" she asked, her voice hushed with wonder. Eldwin's eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge. "We are the caretakers, little one. Each creature, no matter how small, plays a role in maintaining the balance. By living in harmony with the forest, we ensure its magic endures." As winter settled in, the forest transformed under a blanket of snow, the world hushed and serene. Frost glistened like stars upon the branches, and the air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and the distant echo of a stream trickling beneath its icy armor. The Sylvans huddled together in their cozy burrows, sharing warmth and tales of times past. Eldwin's stories wove through the darkness, guiding them with lessons of unity and resilience. He spoke of the importance of friendship, and how even the smallest acts of kindness could ripple through the forest, touching every life. One day, as a gentle snowfall dusted the forest with delicate flakes, Tansy noticed a young bird, its wing injured and unable to fly. Without hesitation, she gathered her friends, and together they crafted a nest of soft moss and leaves, providing food and companionship to their feathered guest. Eldwin watched with pride as Tansy and her companions nurtured the young bird back to health. "You see, Tansy," he said softly, "the magic of the forest is not just in the changing seasons, but in the kindness we share. It is through friendship and care that we sustain the balance." As the seasons turned once more, the forest awoke to the song of springtime, the air filled with the scent of new blossoms and the joyful chorus of life renewed. The young bird, now strong and vibrant, took to the skies, its wings tracing patterns in the azure sky. Tansy looked up, her heart full of joy and understanding. She had learned that the true magic of the forest lay not only in its beauty, but in the harmony forged by the creatures that called it home. As the days grew longer and the forest flourished in the warmth of the sun, Eldwin continued to share his stories, his voice a constant, comforting presence in the lives of the Sylvans. And so, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the bonds of friendship, they lived in balance with the world around them, ensuring the magic of the forest would endure for generations to come. And as the stars twinkled softly above, casting their gentle light over the sleeping forest, a sense of peace and contentment settled over the land, a promise that the cycle of life would continue, and the harmony of nature would remain unbroken. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between verdant hills and sapphire seas, there existed a world that danced on the edge of the ordinary and the magical. This village was a place where every morning was greeted by the gentle lullaby of the sea breeze, and every evening by a symphony of crickets and whispering leaves. The villagers led simple lives, unaware of the enchantments that lay hidden within their own backyard. In this village lived a boy named Finn, known for his unruly curls and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn had an insatiable curiosity and a heart that beat with the rhythm of adventure. Yet what set him apart was not just his thirst for discovery, but his ability to see beyond the everyday, a gift inherited from his grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder and whimsy by the fireside. Finn spent his days exploring the woods that bordered the village, his faithful companion a small, sprightly bird named Pip. Pip was a creature of vibrant plumage, with feathers that shimmered like a kaleidoscope in the sunlight, and a song as sweet as honey. The bond between Finn and Pip was one of unspoken understanding, a friendship that transcended words. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like brittle parchment, Finn and Pip embarked on their daily adventure. The air was crisp, laden with the scent of pine and the distant murmur of the sea. As they wandered deeper into the forest, a peculiar sensation tugged at Finn's senses, a feeling as if the forest itself was whispering secrets just beyond his hearing. Curiosity piqued, Finn followed the whispering wind until he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if trying to touch the heavens. But it was not the tree that captured Finn's attention. Rather, it was the shimmering pool of water nestled among its roots. The pool was unlike any Finn had seen before. Its surface glimmered like silver, and a gentle melody seemed to rise from its depths, a lullaby that beckoned him closer. As he approached, Pip flitted to his shoulder, chirping softly in his ear, a melody that harmonized with the pool's song. Entranced, Finn knelt beside the water, his reflection staring back at him with wide eyes and a curious smile. He dipped his fingers into the pool, and a warm sensation spread through him, as if the water carried the essence of the sun. It was then that the surface of the pool began to shimmer and shift, revealing a vision of a world both familiar and fantastical. It was a hidden world, a realm nestled within the folds of their own, a world where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the rivers sang forgotten songs. Finn watched, entranced, as creatures of light and shadow danced across the water, their forms ever-changing like wisps of smoke in the breeze. Pip chirped excitedly, and Finn knew that this was no ordinary discovery. This hidden world was a place of magic, a realm that existed parallel to their own, accessible only through the shimmering pool. It was a world that needed to be explored, a world that called to his adventurous spirit. With a heart full of wonder and determination, Finn decided to embark on a journey into this hidden world. The pool seemed to sense his resolve, for as he stepped closer, the water parted like a curtain, revealing a path of light that led into the heart of the hidden realm. With Pip perched on his shoulder, Finn stepped into the pool, the water warm and welcoming around him. As he moved forward, the world shifted and changed, the forest around him giving way to a landscape unlike any he had ever seen. The hidden world was a place where colors were more vivid, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the laughter of unseen creatures echoed through the trees. It was a place where the impossible became possible, where dreams took flight on gossamer wings. As Finn and Pip ventured deeper into this realm, they encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. There were the Lumina, beings of light that danced across the sky, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. There were the Sylvans, tree-dwellers with skin like bark and hair like leaves, who spoke in a language of rustling branches and sighing winds. But not all was as it seemed in this hidden world. As Finn explored, he began to sense a shadow lurking at the edges of this magical realm, a darkness that threatened to unravel the very fabric of this world. The shadow was a reminder that even in the most enchanting of places, challenges must be faced and overcome. Guided by Pip and the friends he made along the way, Finn discovered that the shadow was the result of an imbalance, a disharmony caused by a forgotten promise. Many years ago, the villagers had promised to care for the forest and its inhabitants, but over time, they had forgotten their pledge, focusing instead on their own lives and needs. Realizing that the fate of this hidden world was intertwined with his own, Finn knew he had to restore the balance. With the wisdom of his grandmother's stories echoing in his mind, he devised a plan. He would remind the villagers of their promise, reigniting the bond between their world and the hidden realm. Returning through the shimmering pool, Finn shared his adventures with the villagers, his words painting pictures of wonder and magic. At first, the villagers were skeptical, but as Finn spoke of the Lumina and the Sylvans, of the shadow that threatened their world, they began to remember the promise made long ago. Inspired by Finn's tales, the villagers came together, renewing their pledge to care for the forest and its hidden inhabitants. They worked tirelessly, planting trees and tending to the land, their actions breathing life back into the hidden world. With each act of kindness, the shadow retreated, and the hidden realm flourished once more. The bond between the two worlds was restored, and a sense of harmony enveloped the village, a testament to the power of friendship and the importance of keeping one's promises. And so, as the sun set over the village, casting a warm glow over the hills and the sea, Finn sat by the fireside with Pip at his side. The villagers gathered around, their hearts full of gratitude and wonder, eager to hear more tales of the hidden world. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, Finn began to spin a new story, a story of adventure and magic, of courage and friendship. His words wove a tapestry of enchantment, a reminder that even the smallest actions can change the world, that every promise kept is a thread in the fabric of magic. And as the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, lulled by the gentle melody of the sea and the whispers of the forest, a feeling of comfort and resolution settled over them all. For they knew that as long as they kept their promises and cherished the magic of their world, the hidden realm would forever remain a part of their hearts, a place of wonder and possibility. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the shimmering pool, the village and its hidden world flourished side by side, their stories intertwined like the threads of a beautiful tapestry, bound by friendship, wisdom, and the magic of a promise kept. Story 30. Once upon a star-swept night, a young pilot named Astra found herself stranded on a remote moon after a malfunction in her star cruiser's hyperdrive. Her distress beacon pinged into the cosmic silence, hoping for rescue. Little did Astra know, her call was received by the most unlikely of companions, a sentient plant being named Tilo from the Botanica moon of Gaiandra. Tilo's roots stirred with curiosity at this strange signal, sensing a life force in need. Propelling his mossy tendrils across the rocky terrain, Tilo soon discovered Astra's damaged ship and the small, frightened human within. Their initial encounter was one of confusion and even fear, as they struggled to comprehend each other's alien forms. "Please, I mean you no harm," Astra pleaded, her words falling on Tilo's leafy ears. The plant being's vines waved in strange gestures, attempting to communicate without a shared language. Slowly, through careful observation and an open heart, the seeds of understanding began to sprout between them. Tilo realized the urgency of Astra's need for shelter and nourishment, offering her safe haven within his warm, sun-dappled foliage. In turn, Astra marveled at Tilo's ability to filter the moon's sparse atmosphere, providing her with oxygen to breathe. Days turned to weeks as they awaited Astra's rescue, and an unbreakable bond began to form. Tilo shared the secret songs of the cosmos that his deep-rooted kin could hear, cosmic melodies that danced across Astra's mind with sublime beauty. In return, Astra described the wonders of her travels amongst the stars, painting vivid pictures of planets and cultures Tilo had never known. One chilling night, a rogue meteor storm pummeled the moon's surface, threatening to tear apart Tilo's delicate fronds. Without hesitation, Astra dragged her ship's hull over his vulnerable form, shielding him from the onslaught. Tilo's grateful tendrils caressed her face, and in that moment, they understood the true meaning of friendship, an unshakable bond that transcended all differences. When at last the rescue crews located Astra, she found herself torn between the call of the stars and the profound connection she had forged with Tilo. Her heart ached at the thought of parting ways with her newfound friend. Yet Tilo, wise beyond his earthy years, knew that Astra's destiny lay amongst the cosmic ocean. "Go, dear friend," his blossoms seemed to whisper, "but know that our souls will forever be intertwined, spanning the vast reaches between galaxies." With a promise to return, Astra bid farewell to the moon and her companion. In the years that followed, she would seek out Tilo's kin on every new world, finding solace in their whispering boughs. And sometimes when she gazed up at the star-studded canvas, she could almost hear Tilo's gentle song riding the celestial breezes, an eternal reminder of the friendship that had blossomed in the most unlikely of places. Story 31. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there stood an old cobbler's shop, its windows adorned with delicate lace curtains and its wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze. The shop belonged to a kindly cobbler named Mr. Alden, a gentle soul with twinkling eyes and a heart as warm as the hearth that crackled in the corner of his cozy workspace. Mr. Alden had a secret, one that not even the village gossips had uncovered. In the corner of his shop, beneath a dusty old workbench, lay a small, unassuming wooden box. This box, weathered by time and softened by use, held within it a collection of magical shoelaces. Each pair was a vibrant hue woven with strands of enchantment that bestowed upon the wearer remarkable abilities. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in golden swirls outside, a young girl named Lily entered the shop. Her cheeks were rosy from the chill in the air, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lily was known in the village for her adventurous spirit, and kind heart, always eager to lend a helping hand or explore a hidden path in the woods. "Good morning, Mr. Alden," Lily chirped, her voice as cheerful as the birds that flitted about outside. "I've worn holes in my shoes from all my exploring. Could you fix them for me?" "Ah, Lily," Mr. Alden replied, a smile spreading across his face like the sun warming the earth. "Of course, my dear, leave them with me, and I'll have them as good as new by tomorrow." As Lily handed over her shoes, her gaze drifted to the curious box under the workbench. Noticing her interest, Mr. Alden's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. He bent down, retrieved the box, and opened it carefully, revealing the rainbow of magical laces inside. "These," he said softly, "are no ordinary laces. They possess a touch of magic, each pair capable of granting its own unique gift to the wearer." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "Really? May I try them, Mr. Alden?" The cobbler nodded, selecting a pair of laces that shimmered like the sea under a summer sun. "These are the laces of discovery," he explained. "They have a knack for revealing hidden wonders and truths." With care, Mr. Alden laced up Lily's repaired shoes, the magical threads weaving seamlessly into the fabric. As Lily thanked him and skipped out into the village square, she could already feel the subtle hum of magic tingling in her toes. Her feet seemed to guide her, drawing her toward an ancient path that wound through the forest. It was a path she had never noticed before, its entrance veiled by the gentle sway of willow branches. With a deep breath and a heart full of excitement, Lily stepped onto the trail, each step feeling lighter and more purposeful than the last. The path led her deeper into the woods, where the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets to the breeze. As she wandered, Lily noticed small wonders she had overlooked before: a family of squirrels bustling about their work, a cluster of mushrooms glowing softly in the shade, and a brook babbling its ancient song. It was then that she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched solemnly on a low branch. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, and his eyes were deep pools of wisdom. "Hello, young traveler," the owl hooted, inclining his head. "What brings you to our enchanted woods?" "I am following the path of discovery," Lily replied, her voice filled with awe. "These magical laces are showing me things I've never seen before." The owl nodded sagely. "The eyes of the heart see much that the eyes of the mind miss. Continue your journey, and remember, wisdom is found not in strength, but in understanding." Buoyed by the owl's words, Lily pressed on, the forest opening up to reveal a meadow bathed in golden light. There she encountered a curious fox with a coat like flame and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Greetings, little wanderer," the fox said with a playful bow. "What tales do your feet tell as they tread the path of magic?" Lily laughed, charmed by the fox's lively spirit. "I'm learning to see the world anew, to find wonders hidden in plain sight." The fox grinned, his tail swishing like a flame. "A clever traveler knows the value of a keen eye and a quick mind. Remember, the greatest treasures are often hidden within." As the day wore on, Lily reached the edge of the forest, where the land stretched out to meet the sea. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. There, standing on the shore, was a gentle giant of a bear, his fur a soft, earthy brown. "Welcome, little one," the bear rumbled, his voice as deep and soothing as the waves. "You have traveled far and learned much." Lily nodded, her heart full of gratitude for the journey and the friends she had made along the way. "I have discovered the beauty in the world and the wisdom in my heart." The bear smiled, his eyes kind and knowing. "Then you have found the greatest gift of all." As dusk settled over the land, Lily turned her steps back toward the village, her heart lighter and her spirit enriched by the magic of the laces and the wisdom of her companions. When she finally reached the cobbler's shop, the sky was a tapestry of stars, and the air was crisp with the promise of a new day. Alden greeted her with a warm smile and a steaming mug of cocoa. "Welcome back, dear Lily. What wonders did you discover on your journey?" Lily recounted her adventure, the words tumbling out in a joyful cascade. "I learned to see with my heart, to find beauty and wisdom in unexpected places." The cobbler nodded, his eyes shining with pride. "And so you have unlocked the true magic of the laces." As Lily sipped her cocoa, the warmth spreading through her like a gentle embrace, she knew that the journey had changed her. She understood now that the world was full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look with open hearts and curious minds. And so, in the quiet of the cobbler's shop, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Lily drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the whisper of leaves, the laughter of foxes, and the gentle wisdom of owls and bears. She knew that, wherever her feet might take her, she carried with her the magic of discovery and the promise of adventure. Thus ended Lily's first journey with the magical laces, but it was only the beginning of many more adventures to come, each one a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the boundless wonders of the world. And in the heart of the village, nestled between the hills and forests, the cobbler's shop stood as a beacon of magic and warmth, a place where the extraordinary was always just a step away. Story 32. In a far-off corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon a velvet sky lay a small, vibrant planet called Luminara. It was a world of luminescent trees and soft, glowing rivers that whispered gently as they flowed. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and a soft, perpetual twilight bathed the landscape in hues of lavender and gold. On Luminara, there lived a gentle creature named Tallow, with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that mirrored the deep blue of distant oceans. Tallow was a peaceful being who loved to wander the forest, listening to the songs of the wind and the rustle of leaves. Tallow's heart was as vast as the sky, always open to the wonders of the universe. Across the stars, on a planet named Zorix, dwelt a being quite unlike Tallow. This was Zira, a creature of crystalline form, with a body that refracted light into a spectrum of colors. Zira's world was one of stark beauty, with jagged mountains of crystal and rivers of liquid light. Zira was a thinker, a seeker of knowledge, whose curiosity often led to journeys beyond the familiar horizons of Zorix. One day, a cosmic event, a rare celestial alignment, opened a shimmering portal between Luminara and Zorix. Invited by this new wonder, Zira, with a heart full of curiosity, stepped through the portal and found themselves amidst the soft glow of Luminara's forest. Tallow, who had been napping beneath the gentle branches of a starflower tree, awoke to the sight of Zira's radiant form. At first, there was a moment of surprise. Their worlds were so different, their forms so unlike. Tallow's soft fur stood in stark contrast to Zira's crystalline angles. Yet in that moment, both felt the stirrings of something beyond simple curiosity, a pull towards understanding. "Hello," Tallow greeted, voice gentle as the river's sigh. "Welcome to Luminara. I am Tallow. Who might you be?" Zira's voice was like the chiming of distant bells. "I am Zira, from the planet Zorix. Your world is beautiful, Tallow, like a dream woven from light." Thus began their journey, a voyage of discovery and friendship. Though at first, they stumbled over their differences, Zira found Luminara's soft light disorienting, while Tallow struggled to understand Zira's world of logic and precision. They soon learned to see the beauty in each other's perspectives. As they wandered together, Tallow showed Zira the wonders of Luminara. The glowing river whose waters sang ancient lullabies, the fields where starflowers bloomed in clusters of twinkling light, and the gentle creatures that roamed the woods. In turn, Zira shared stories of Zorix, of its vibrant crystal peaks, and the symphonies created by the winds that swept through them. Their bond deepened one evening as they sat beside the river, watching the sky paint itself with the colors of a far-off nebula. Tallow sensed a quiet sadness in Zira's eyes, a longing that seemed to reach beyond the stars. "Is something troubling you, Zira?" Tallow asked softly. Zira hesitated, the colors within their crystalline form shifting like a kaleidoscope. "On Zorix, knowledge is valued above all, but sometimes I feel alone, as if the search for understanding has left no room for companionship." Tallow nodded, understanding well the ache of solitude. "Here on Luminara, we believe that knowledge is richer when shared. Perhaps together we can find a balance, a way to blend our worlds." The moon rose high, casting a silver glow over them, wrapping them in a cocoon of shared warmth. In the days that followed, Tallow and Zira faced challenges that tested their burgeoning friendship. When a sudden storm swept across Luminara, threatening to uproot the starflower trees, they worked side by side, combining Talo's intuition about the forest with Zira's logical problem-solving to shield the delicate blooms. In those shared moments of struggle, they found strength in each other. Talo's gentle wisdom balanced Zira's analytical mind, creating a tapestry of understanding woven from threads of empathy and intellect. One day, as they sat beneath the starflower tree, Talo turned to Zira, a soft smile playing across their face. "I once thought our worlds were too different to find common ground, but now I see that it's our differences that make our friendship so precious." Zira's crystalline form glowed with a warm inner light. "You have taught me that knowledge without heart is hollow. Together, we have found a new way to see the universe." As the portal between their worlds began to close, signaling the end of its celestial cycle, they knew it was time to part. Yet there was no sadness, only a promise carried on the wind, that their friendship would bridge any distance, their bond as unbreakable as the stars. With a final embrace, Zira stepped back through the portal. Talo watched as the shimmering doorway closed, leaving the forest bathed once more in twilight's gentle glow. And so, two unlikely companions from distant worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended form and origin, woven from the shared light of understanding and the warmth of mutual support. Though separated by vast cosmic distances, their hearts remained forever entwined, a testament to the power of a friendship that shone brighter than the stars. Story 33. In the quiet, lilac-scented village of Willowbrook, nestled between softly rolling hills and under a sky that twinkled with 1,000 stars, there was a peculiar happening that had the villagers puzzled. This quaint village was known for its serene beauty and the harmonious hum of nature, where the gentle rustle of leaves danced in tune with the bubbling of nearby brooks. Yet despite its tranquility, something curious was afoot. Each evening, as the last golden rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather at the heart of Willowbrook for the lantern lighting ceremony, a cherished tradition that illuminated the cobblestone paths with a gentle, shimmering glow. But lately the lanterns had begun to emit a peculiar soft blue light instead of their usual warm amber. At first, the villagers thought it was a trick of the light, perhaps a figment of their imagination. But as the days turned into a week and the blue glow persisted, they began to wonder if something magical and mysterious was happening right under their noses. Lila, a young and curious girl with bright eyes and a heart full of wonder, was particularly intrigued. She lived with her grandmother in a charming cottage on the edge of the village, where the scent of baking bread often mingled with the fragrance of the wildflowers that grew abundantly in their garden. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, had taught her much about the world, both seen and unseen. One evening, as they sat by the fireplace, Lila asked, "Grandmother, do you think the lanterns are trying to tell us something?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, the kind of laugh that was warm and comforting like a knitted blanket. "Perhaps, my dear. In Willowbrook, even the smallest things have stories to tell." Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila decided to investigate. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a notebook for her observations, a little magnifying glass, and a few of her grandmother's honey oat cookies, for sustenance, of course, and set out to explore as the sun began its descent. The village, bathed in the soft hues of twilight, was a place where magic seemed to linger in every corner. Lila's first stop was the village library, a quaint building with ivy-clad walls and windows that seemed to wink with secrets. There, she sought out the company of Mr. Thistle, the elderly librarian known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom. Mr. Thistle, with his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, listened intently as Lila shared her observations. "Ah, the blue light, you say?" he mused, twirling the end of his long white mustache. "It reminds me of the tales of the Bluebell fairies, who are said to visit places of great peace and harmony." Intrigued, Lila asked, "Do you think they are here in Willowbrook?" "It's possible," Mr. Thistle replied, nodding thoughtfully. "But remember, fairies are drawn to kindness and light. If they are here, it's because they see something special." Thanking Mr. Thistle, Lila continued her journey, her heart buoyed by the thought of such magical visitors. The next day, as dawn kissed the village awake, she made her way to the meadow where the wild bluebells swayed like tiny bells in the gentle breeze. There, she met Finn, a gentle giant of a creature known as a willow wisp. With fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes the color of morning mist, Finn was a creature of the forest, a guardian of sorts, who spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet was as comforting as a lullaby. "Hello, young Lila," he greeted, his large, paw-like hand lifting in a wave. "What brings you to this part of the world so early?" Lila explained her quest and shared what Mr. Thistle had told her. Finn listened, his eyes glimmering with interest. "The bluebell fairies are indeed a possibility," he said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. But there's another tale, lesser known, of the blue moon crystals." "Blue moon crystals?" Lila echoed, her curiosity piqued. Finn nodded. "They're rare, hidden deep within the earth, and it's said they surface only when great harmony is present. They might be the cause of your mysterious blue light." With this new piece of information, Lila thanked Finn and returned to the village, where she gathered a few friends to help her search for the crystals. Together, they explored the woods and fields, their laughter mingling with the bird song, until at last, near the roots of an ancient oak tree, they found a small, shimmering stone embedded in the soil. Holding it up to the light, they watched in awe as it glowed with the same gentle blue as the lanterns. "This must be it," Lila whispered, her heart swelling with wonder. Returning to the village, Leela and her friends shared their discovery with everyone. The villagers gathered around, eyes wide with amazement and delight, as Lila placed the crystal in the center of the town square. That evening, as the sun set and the lantern lighting ceremony began anew, the lanterns once again shone with their usual warm amber glow. The mystery had been solved, and with it a new story was woven into the fabric of Willowbrook. As Lila lay in bed that night, her heart full of the day's adventures, her grandmother kissed her forehead and whispered, "You see, my dear, sometimes the answers we seek are hidden in the most magical of places." And with a contented sigh, Lila drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with bluebells and fairies, crystals and lanterns, and the gentle wisdom of those who had guided her on her journey. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, where peace and magic danced hand in hand, the stars twinkled brightly, watching over a world where mystery and wonder were but a heartbeat away. Story 34. In a secluded corner of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through a tapestry of emerald leaves, there lay a hidden world teeming with life. The forest was a sanctuary, cradled by the gentle whispers of the wind and the soft symphony of rustling leaves. Here, creatures lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons and the delicate balance of nature. At the heart of this verdant realm stood a towering oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide like the arms of an old friend. Its leaves shimmered with every shade of green, catching the light in such a way that they seemed dusted with gold. This oak was known as the guardian of seasons, for it was said to hold the wisdom of the forest within its ancient bark. Nestled in the roots of the guardian lived a family of gentle wood mice. Their pelts were the color of toasted almonds, and their eyes sparkled like dew-kissed berries. The mice were led by an elder named Bramwell, whose whiskers had turned silver with age. Bramwell was revered for his knowledge and his kind heart, guiding his family with stories passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was cloaked in a foggy mist that swirled like a soft silken scarf, Bramwell gathered his family beneath the oak. The air was tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the distant call of a wood thrush echoed through the trees. "The time has come to prepare for the great change," Bramwell began, his voice a warm, soothing melody. "The seasons are shifting, and we must heed the signs." The younger mice huddled closer, their ears perked with curiosity. They had heard tales of the magical phenomena that accompanied the changing seasons, but to experience it was a rare and wondrous event. As Bramwell spoke, the first flakes of snow began to fall, drifting down like delicate feathers. The forest transformed into a land of enchantment, each branch and leaf adorned with a lacework of frost. The guardian of seasons stood tall, its branches trembling under the weight of the snow, yet bearing it with grace. "Winter is a time of rest and reflection," Bramwell explained, "but it is also a time of opportunity, when the forest sleeps and dreams of renewal. The mice listened intently, their hearts swelling with the promise of new beginnings. They knew that the forest's harmony depended on the balance of nature, and they were determined to play their part. As the days passed, the forest creatures worked together, storing food and fortifying their homes against the chill. The snow continued to fall, muffling the sounds of the forest and creating a serene, almost ethereal silence. The mice found comfort in the closeness of their family and the warmth of their shared hearth beneath the great oak. One evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the inky sky, Bramwell gathered his family once more. The air was crisp and clear, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the snowy landscape. Long ago, Bramwell began, his voice a gentle caress, the forest was visited by a spirit, a guardian of weather and seasons. This spirit bestowed upon the guardian of seasons a gift, the ability to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. It is through this gift that we learn the secrets of nature. The mice leaned in, captivated by Bramwell's tale. They imagined the spirit as a shimmering being made of stardust, with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. "It is our duty," Bramwell continued, "to honor this gift by living in harmony with the forest and respecting the balance that sustains us." The mice nodded, understanding the responsibility that came with such a gift. They vowed to protect their home and nurture the bonds of friendship and cooperation that held the forest together. As winter deepened, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The snow-laden branches gleamed in the sunlight, and the air was filled with the soft, tinkling melody of icicles melting in the warmth of the midday sun. The mice, snug in their burrow, found solace in their togetherness and the promise of spring's renewal. And so the seasons turned, bringing with them the vibrant colors of spring, the lush abundance of summer, and the golden hues of autumn. The forest thrived, its creatures living in harmony, bound by the wisdom passed down through generations and the gentle guidance of the guardian of seasons. In this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the mice and their fellow creatures found peace in the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life woven with threads of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of nature. And as the sun set each night, casting a warm glow over the forest, the mice curled up together, knowing that they were home. Story 35. The Enchanted Grove. In the quiet village of Misty Hollow, nestled between the gentle slopes of the Whispering Hills and the lush embrace of the verdant woods, there was a secret known only to a few. This secret was the Enchanted Grove, a hidden sanctuary within the forest, where the veil between the mundane and the magical was as thin as morning mist. The grove was said to be the meeting place of those who sought wisdom, healing, and sometimes a touch of the extraordinary. It was a place where the sunlight danced through emerald leaves like scattered gold, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. The grove was home to creatures both common and rare, from chattering squirrels to the elusive silver foxes whose fur shimmered like moonlight. But amongst all its wonders, the grove's most cherished guardian was an ancient willow tree that stood at its heart, known as the Whispering Willow. The tree was enormous, its trunk wide enough that it would take 5 grown men to encircle it, and its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, draped in curtains of soft, silvery leaves. It was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the tree whispering secrets carried on the wind, a melody of the ages, filled with wisdom and stories untold. The villagers of Misty Hollow spoke of the grove with reverence and awe, and among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila was a curious soul, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and an unyielding thirst for adventure. She had hair like spun gold and eyes as blue as the summer sky, always reflecting the glimmer of dreams yet to be fulfilled. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often shared tales of the Enchanted Grove, recounting its magic and mysteries. On one such evening, as they sat by the hearth, the fire crackling softly and casting a warm glow across the room, Lila's grandmother told her about the Whispering Willow. "They say, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "that the Whispering Willow holds the power to grant a single wish to those who truly believe. but it is a wish that comes with understanding, for the tree seeks those with pure hearts and selfless intentions. Lila listened intently, her imagination weaving the tales into vivid pictures in her mind. She imagined herself standing beneath the willow, feeling the gentle breeze carry the whispers to her ears. "Do you think it's true, grandmother?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Her grandmother smiled softly, reaching out to tuck a stray curl behind Lila's ear. "Magic is often found in the hearts of those who believe, my dear. The grove is a place of magic, and the willow a keeper of dreams." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through her window like a silvery river, she made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would find the enchanted grove and see the whispering willow for herself. The next morning dawned crisp and bright, the sky a canvas of azure brushed with the soft hues of dawn. Lila set out early, her heart fluttering with excitement. She wore a cloak of deep green that matched the forest's embrace and carried a small satchel filled with bread and cheese for the journey. The path to the verdant woods was well trodden, but as Lila ventured deeper, the familiar gave way to the unfamiliar. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that dappled the sunlight in pools of gold on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of earth and foliage, and the symphony of birdsong guided her steps. Lila paused now and then to marvel at the beauty around her, a family of deer grazing in a sunlit glade, a brook babbling softly as it wound its way through fern-clad banks, and the vibrant colors of flowers peeking through the undergrowth like hidden jewels. After walking for what felt like a lifetime, Lila finally reached a small clearing. Her heart skipped a beat as she beheld the enchanted grove. It was as her grandmother had described, an oasis of tranquility and magic. And there at its center stood the whispering willow, majestic and wise, its leaves rustling in a gentle melody. As Lila approached the tree, she felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if she were returning to a place she had always known. She placed her hand on the rough bark, feeling the tree's ancient strength, and closed her eyes, listening for the whispers. For a moment, all was still, and then she heard it, a soft melodic murmur like a distant song carried on the wind. The words were indistinct, yet they spoke to her heart, filling her with warmth and understanding. Lila knew in that moment that the grove was truly a place of magic, and the willow a keeper of dreams. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila made her wish. It was a simple wish, one born of love and kindness. She wished for the happiness and well-being of her family and friends, for the village of Misty Hollow to prosper, and for the enchanted grove to remain a sanctuary for those who sought its peace. As the wish took flight on the whispering breeze, Lila felt a gentle touch upon her shoulder. She turned to find a small, golden bird perched there, its eyes bright and curious. The bird chirped softly as if in approval, and Lila smiled, knowing that her wish had been heard. The journey back to Misty Hollow was filled with a sense of fulfillment and joy. Lila carried the memory of the grove and the whispers of the willow in her heart, a treasure she would cherish always. In the days that followed, the village seemed to flourish. The crops grew bountiful, the air was filled with laughter and song, and the people of Misty Hollow spoke of a newfound sense of hope and harmony. Lila's wish, carried on the whispers of the willow, had woven its magic throughout their lives. As for Lila, she often returned to the enchanted grove, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends, to listen to the whispers and share in the grove's magic. And each time she was reminded of the power of belief, the beauty of selfless wishes, and the wisdom of the whispering winds. And so, in the heart of the verdant woods, the enchanted grove remained a place of wonder and peace, a testament to the magic found in the simplest of wishes and the purest of hearts. And in Misty Hollow, the whispers of the willow became a cherished part of their stories, passed down from generation to generation, a reminder that within each of us lies the power to create magic through kindness, love, and belief. Story 36. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, there was a small village called Willowbrook. It was a quaint, serene place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. The village was known for its lush greenery and the peculiar grove that lay hidden deep within the forest. This grove, known as the Whispering Grove, was said to hold secrets of the ancient world, a place where magic still whispered among the leaves. In Willowbrook lived a young girl named Lyra. She was a curious soul, with bright eyes that sparkled like sunlight dancing on water, and a heart always eager for adventure. Lyra's home was filled with glowing warmth, the walls lined with shelves of worn books that held stories of faraway lands and daring quests. Her grandmother, Mira, was the village storyteller, and she often enthralled the villagers with tales spun from the threads of imagination and whispers of truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon one evening, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra sat by the fireplace, listening intently to her grandmother's latest tale. The fire crackled merrily, casting shadows that swayed gently on the walls like dancers in a slow waltz. Long ago, Mira began, her voice a soft lullaby that filled the room. The Whispering Grove was home to the elder trees, wise beings who could speak with the stars and understand the language of the wind. They watched over the land, ensuring harmony between the natural world and the people of Willowbrook. But as time passed, the grove fell into slumber, waiting for the one who could awaken its magic once more. Lyra's eyes widened with wonder, the flames reflecting her youthful excitement. "Do you think the grove is still there, Granny, with all its magic and secrets?" Mira chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "Ah, my dear Lyra, the world is full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to believe. Perhaps one day you will find the grove and awaken its magic." That night, as Lyra lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Grove danced in her mind like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. She dreamed of ancient trees whispering secrets, of starlit paths winding through the forest, and of a magic that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath the earth. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the sky a brilliant canvas of azure. Lyra awoke with a sense of purpose. Today, she decided, would be the day she ventured into the forest to seek the Whispering Grove. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of fresh water, and a notebook to jot down any discoveries. With a final glance at her grandmother's sleeping form, she slipped out of the house, the door creaking softly in her wake. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning, birds calling to one another in melodic trills, and the gentle rustle of leaves as a soft breeze wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, as if the earth itself was painted with light. Lyra moved with a quiet determination, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the forest. She marveled at the towering trees, their trunks gnarled and ancient, and the vibrant tapestry of ferns and wildflowers that carpeted the ground. As she journeyed further, the air grew cooler, carrying with it a faint melody, like a lullaby woven from the whispers of leaves. Hours passed, and Lyra found herself wandering through a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were larger, their branches arching overhead to form a natural cathedral. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and an inexplicable sense of magic tingled in her fingertips. Her heart quickened as she caught sight of a narrow path, almost hidden by the undergrowth. It seemed to beckon her, a silent invitation to follow where it led. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped onto the path, feeling a thrill of anticipation. The path meandered through the forest, leading her to a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center stood a circle of majestic trees, their bark shimmering with an ethereal glow. Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she realized she had found the Whispering Grove. The grove was alive with magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air like a distant, forgotten song. Lyra approached the nearest tree, her fingers brushing against its bark. A warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the tree was greeting her, welcoming her presence. As she stood there, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves, she noticed something glimmering at the base of the tree. Kneeling down, she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and stars, and it seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. Curiosity piqued, Lyra opened the box to find a small, iridescent stone nestled inside. It shimmered with a myriad of colors, like a fragment of the night sky captured in solid form. As her fingers closed around the stone, a warmth spread through her, and the grove seemed to come alive with a soft, harmonious melody. In that moment, Lyra understood that the stone was the heart of the grove's magic, a gift from the elder trees to those who sought to protect the harmony of the land. With it came a responsibility, a call to listen to the whispers of the world and to nurture the bond between nature and people. As she held the stone, a sense of peace enveloped her, and she knew that her journey had only just begun. The grove had awakened, and with it, a new chapter in the story of Willowbrook. Lyra vowed to share the magic of the grove with her village, to inspire others to see the world with eyes of wonder and hearts of belief. With the stone safely tucked away, Lyra retraced her steps through the forest, her spirit light with newfound purpose. The journey back seemed shorter, the path clearer, as if the forest itself was guiding her home. As she emerged from the trees, the village of Willowbrook lay bathed in the warm glow of twilight. The villagers, gathered in the town square, turned to greet her with smiles and eager questions. Lyra recounted her adventure, weaving the tale of the Whispering Grove and its magic. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes shining with pride. "You have found the heart of the forest, dear Lyra," Mira said softly. "May its magic guide you always." That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Lyra lay beneath the stars, the grove's stone cradled in her hand. The whispers of the forest and the gentle glow of the stone filled her dreams, and she knew that the magic of the Whispering Grove would forever be a part of her story. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of magic, friendship, and the enduring bond between nature and those who dared to listen to its song. In the heart of Willowbrook, the grove's magic continued to whisper, a gentle reminder that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Story 37. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 38. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home, and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was an inquisitive child, always eager to learn about the world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily sat by the fireplace, her grandmother called her over with a warm smile. "Lily, my dear, it's time I shared a family secret with you," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. From a small wooden box, Grandma withdrew a seemingly ordinary pencil. "This is no ordinary pencil, my child. It holds a special magic, passed down through generations." Lily's eyes widened with wonder as Grandma instructed her to draw anything she wished upon a blank sheet of paper. With a tentative hand, Lily sketched a simple butterfly. To her amazement, the winged creature fluttered off the page, dancing through the air before vanishing in a shimmer of light. From that day forth, Lily's world was forever changed. She carried the enchanted pencil wherever she went, her mind brimming with possibilities. However, Grandma warned her to use its power wisely, for with great gifts come great responsibilities. One sunny morning, Lily ventured into the nearby forest, her pencil tucked safely in her pocket. As she wandered deeper into the lush greenery, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tiny creature with vibrant wings, fluttering in distress. Drawing closer, Lily realized it was a fairy, her delicate wings tangled in a web of twigs. Without hesitation, Lily pulled out her pencil and sketched a pair of scissors, which magically appeared in her hand. Carefully, she snipped away the bindings, freeing the fairy from her predicament. "Thank you, kind child," the fairy said, her voice like a gentle wind chime. "I am Zephyr, guardian of these woods. As a token of my gratitude, I shall be your guide on a journey of self-discovery." With a wave of Zephyr's tiny hand, a path revealed itself, winding through the forest. Lily hesitated, but the fairy's gentle reassurance gave her the courage to follow. Along the way, they encountered a wise old oak tree named Oakley, whose branches creaked with ancient wisdom. Oakley shared tales of patience and perseverance, teaching Lily the importance of taking life one step at a time. Further down the path, they met a playful stream named Ripple, whose cheerful laughter echoed through the glades. Ripple reminded Lily to find joy in the simple pleasures of life, like the dance of sunlight on water. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Lily and Zephyr faced a formidable challenge, a towering wall of thorns, blocking their path. Lily's first instinct was to use her pencil's magic to clear the way, but Zephyr gently intervened. "Sometimes the true path lies not in forcing our way through, but in finding the wisdom to navigate around obstacles," the fairy said. Lily paused, considering Zephyr's words. Carefully, she studied the thorny barrier, noticing a small gap at its base. With Zephyr's guidance, she crawled through the opening, emerging on the other side with a newfound appreciation for patience and understanding. As the sun began to set, Lily and Zephyr reached the heart of the forest, a breathtaking clearing with a sparkling pond at its center. Here, Zephyr revealed the true purpose of their journey. "Lily, you have learned valuable lessons about wisdom, joy, and perseverance," the fairy said. "Now it is time for you to share your own gift with the world." Encouraged by her newfound friends, Lily closed her eyes and envisioned a world filled with wonder and magic. With her enchanted pencil she began to draw, bringing her dreams to life on the paper before her. Vibrant flowers bloomed, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. Butterflies took flight, their delicate wings carrying them through the air. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the laughter of playful streams. As Lily's creation unfolded, the clearing was transformed into a whimsical wonderland, a testament to the power of imagination and the magic that lies within us all. From that day forward, Lily carried the lessons she learned in the forest close to her heart. She understood that true magic came not from the pencil itself, but from the wisdom, joy, and perseverance she discovered within herself, gifts far more precious than any enchantment. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, Lily would take out her pencil and sketch a reminder of the wonders that awaited. If only she had the courage to embark on a journey of self-discovery. Story 40. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious heart and a gentle spirit, traits that endeared her to the villagers and woodland creatures alike. Her days were filled with adventures among the trees, where she often imagined tales of enchantment and wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the world in shades of gold and amber, Lila embarked on her usual stroll through the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze carried the soft rustle of branches. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed something peculiar, glistening beneath a blanket of moss. Kneeling down, Lila brushed away the moss to reveal an ornate silver key. It was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Fascinated, she held it up to the light, and for a fleeting moment she thought she heard a faint melody, as if the key itself was humming a tune from long ago. Curiosity piqued, Lila decided to seek out the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in the heart of the forest. Orin was known for his vast knowledge of the forest's mysteries and his kind, gentle wisdom. As she approached Orin's ancient oak tree, she called out softly, "Orin, dear friend, I have found something curious and wondrous." Orin fluttered down from his perch, his feathers a soft blend of browns and grays, and landed gracefully beside Lila. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted warmly, "what treasure have you discovered today?" Lila held out the key, and Orin's eyes widened with recognition. "This, my dear, is the key of whimsy. It is said to unlock the hidden wonders of the world, but only for those who seek with a pure heart." Intrigued by Orin's words, Lila asked, "How does one use such a key, wise Orin?" Orin tilted his head thoughtfully. "The key works in mysterious ways. It is not about opening doors we see, but discovering those we do not. It will guide you on a journey, one that will reveal the magic within and around you." With Orin's guidance, Lila set off on a journey beyond the familiar paths of the forest. The key seemed to guide her, tugging gently at her heart, leading her to places she had never ventured before. Along the way, she met a cast of enchanting characters. A mischievous squirrel named Pippin, who could chatter away the dullest of days with his tales. A wise old tortoise named Tilda, who moved slowly but saw the world with a depth and clarity few others possessed. And a family of fireflies, who lit the path through the forest with their radiant glow. Together, they journeyed through sun-dappled glades and across babbling brooks, each step revealing a new wonder. Lila learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to follow the paths painted by the stars, and to find joy in the simplest of things, a lesson in seeing the world through eyes renewed with wonder. As they ventured further, they came upon a clearing where a grand ancient tree stood, its branches reaching up to the heavens. At its base was a small, unassuming door, almost hidden by the gnarled roots. Lila felt the key warm in her hand, as if urging her forward. With a heart full of hope and a touch of trepidation, she inserted the key into the lock. The air filled with a soft melodic chime, and the door swung open to reveal a realm shimmering with ethereal light. It was a garden unlike any other, where flowers sang in soft, melodious whispers, and streams bubbled with laughter. In the center of this magical garden stood a fountain, its waters sparkling with every hue of the rainbow. Lila approached, and as she gazed into the clear, rippling water, she saw reflected not just herself, but the countless wonders she had discovered on her journey, the friendships forged, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world unveiled through her eyes. It was then she understood that the key had unlocked not just a magical realm, but the magic within her own heart. She realized that true wonder was not in the grand or the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of kindness and joy shared with those around her. With a gentle smile, Lila turned back to her friends, who had been her companions and teachers on this journey. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a soft echo in the tranquil garden. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Lila and her friends made their way back through the forest, the key now a cherished keepsake of their shared adventure. Though the journey had ended, the magic lingered in Lila's heart, a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to see with eyes of wonder and a heart open to the whispers of the world. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey she had embarked upon, carrying with her the gentle magic of discovery, and the warmth of everlasting friendship. Story 41. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 42. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 43? Story 44. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 46. Story 47. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, Their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 48. Story 49. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast an ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all. a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 50. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willow. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly. sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. But it feels different. As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 55. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 56. Story 56. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 58. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales. Playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable. Treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned, the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 60. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. 61. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery. Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. Who are you? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. I am the guardian of this glade, the voice replied. And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song. The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. What do I do with it? He asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. Listen, the voice advised. Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control. Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember. guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. I wish to help restore harmony. The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryad's words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horace flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 63. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 66. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly, I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Tarak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Tarak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Tarak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Tarak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Tarakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 67. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the whispering woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, The tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 68. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion. Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Story 71. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Ela lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Isla lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Stories of Two. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself. Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ori and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 74. Story 75. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly. creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 81. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegison, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 82. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, Two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, As they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 83. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 84. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the Lantern of Kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Leela alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the whispering woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the whispering woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the whispering woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The whispering woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The whispering woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 85. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar. The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmer fox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 89. Story 90. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 91. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Faronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 92. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, The gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered. Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 93. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 94. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said. seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 95. Story 96. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Taros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 97. Story 98. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. The whispering leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy, and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained, "a beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. the tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature. A water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream.